Yes, we crashed. That is exactly what happened. We absolutely did have well, it wasn't actually a crash. It was equipment freeze. The camera froze. So because the camera froze, everything else followed suit. That is most of you back. So the camera froze. With this setup, the camera, if it freezes, it basically locks out anything. So as you can see, I opened nothing. Yeah, it's that actually happens occasionally at the warehouse as well. You will see sometimes we have to do a restart in the middle of something. If the camera freezes, it just locks up the whole system. The software that we use, if it loses the video input or the video input freezes, it basically stops it from be able to do anything. So, anyway, it's going to be obviously a two-part video now because I already did the randoming. I will go over and I will read the random names again one more time, just so I'm not going to show them, but I'm just going to put them up. I'm just going to read them off real quick. Yeah, YouTube was a mess the last night that we broke from the warehouse. Let me go ahead and just read off these names and their teams one more time for those who are just joining, and then we'll get to cracking. All right, so part one of the video is going to have the randoming on it. Part two is going to be the break. This is part two, but for those who don't want to watch part one or didn't bother to watch it, here's a recap of what you missed. Los Angeles Dodgers go to Dana S. Cleveland Indians, Edward R. Pittsburgh Pirates, John L. San Francisco Giants, Jeremy C. Mark R. is going to take home the Rays. Scott G. The Miami Marlins, William W. The Padres, Blue Jays go to Patrick W. Martin W. takes the Cardinals. Detroit Tigers go to Scott K. Texas Rangers, Brian S. New York Mets, Brian V. KC Royals, Henry G. Hahn has the Brewers. Colby has the Mariners. Wesley gets the Yankees. William W. gets the Phillies. Atlanta Braves, Scott G. Wesley and the Cubs. Walter L. those Red Sox. Scott G. the Twins. Larry J. the Cincinnati Reds. Jeremy S. the Rockies. My Astros go to John O. Scott G. the Diamondbacks. The LA Angels of Anaheim, Kyle L. And finally, Oakland Athletics, William W. Let us break. Oh, I should probably have a garbage. Yep, that's what I didn't think of. It's amazing what you think of after the fact. All right, give me a second, folks. I need to grab a box real quick. Okay. That's better. I'm so used to having a giant garbage can next to me that I didn't think that, hey, wait a minute, I need a giant garbage can. All right, that'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. All right, good luck, everybody that's involved. And for those not involved, enjoy. All right, since the paper is non-numbered, paper is not going out, we will cut to the chase. Blake Walston, that's going to be out of $4.99, heading over to the Diamondbacks. First one up, Jamari Baylor, $4.99, heading to the Phillies, William W. Right, Jeremy? But until then, it's all fun. All right, there you go. These ones, so I am still dropping off boxes of packaged goods to the warehouse. I basically just drive by, drop them off, and take off. So the donations are still going to the same place. Donations are still going with the teacher's desk. So that hasn't changed. Riley Green. Thankfully, that's not something I worry myself with. Not something I'm too concerned about. If I have to carry an extra bag or two, basically it's going to boil down to me carrying one extra bag a day. That's it. Bart, Ramos, and Bishop. Spencer, Brickhouse. And I know the lighting sucks, but it is a sparkle. Little white sparkle action right there to the D-backs. Yeah, when we were doing like all of those personals and all of the other breaks at the warehouse, I was only taking one garbage bag a day. It was only one large one. So, Oh, I'm not worried about it, man. I'm not worried about it one bit. So it is illegal to own a handgun without a permit in the state of New York. It is also illegal to own a rifle in the state of New York. That is, I think, larger than a .22. But it is not illegal to carry a shotgun in New York State. And I come from a long line of hunters. We hunt, process, and eat our own deer every year. So I am not concerned in the least. Faith Football. Hey, buddy, you've just been banned. Congratulations. Well, if you need to go to, hey, look at that, Davis Wenzel, Texas. Texas goes to Brian S. Brian S. Now, see, it's if you need to go to somebody else's feed to recruit for people, you need a little bit more than faith, brud. You probably should try talent? I don't know. Definitely a sad state of affairs when you have to usurp somebody else's chat room. Definitely a sad state of affairs. Thompson, Kirtley, and Gorman. Castillo. Hey, what's up, Skins fan? How you doing, friend? Hopefully you and your family are safe. Yeah, man. You and me both. You and me both. It's Ryan, now that everybody is home and nobody's going out, we're going to see an influx of people that have too much time on their hands. So I'm sure we will be inundated with people who just want attention. And that guy just wants attention. All right, Moises Gomez. That's going to be the blue parallel. Not numbered, but it is cool. So you're going to get it. All right. It feels like I haven't broke in weeks. It feels like I haven't had my hands on cards in like at least over a week. I mean, it feels like it's been a while. Glenn Allen Hill Jr. out of 250. Diamondbacks. What's going on, man? You guys are killing it. Right off the bat, doing big things. Big G, Greg Jones. All right. Yeah, Carol Ann, go to dacardworld.com. We have all of them, all the sword and shield, everything you're looking for. $4.99 to KC. If one of my peers can just type in our website, you will be pleased with what you see when it comes to Pokemon. I know, probably, no joke, 1 out of every 10 orders I see has some kind of Pokemon in it. That Sword and Shield has absolutely went gangbusters. Thanks, Vince. It has gone gangbusters. I was not of the age where I could follow Pokemon. It was a little bit after my time. But my goodness, man. That Sword and Shield is killing it. Whatever it... Oh, speaking of killing it, Ethan Small, Milwaukee. That's out of only 71. Milwaukee. That's Han. There you go. You beat him to the altruistic finale. There's Adley. What up, dude? Mr. Rutschman. Christian Santana out of 99 going to the Dodgers. That's going to be Dana. There you go, Dana. That one's for you. All right, first box is down. Only 3 more to go. All right, Kiani Cavaco. That's out of 250, headed to Minnesota. Who's got Minnesota? Let me find it. Minnesota, that's Scott G. Followed by Josh Smith, Yankees. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Yankees went to Wesley. What's up, Justin? Yeah, a whiteboard instead of the blackboard I usually use. Yeah, that is the that's the other thing. I couldn't bring that whiteboard is huge, and I'm working with a smaller space, as you can see. So I measured it out, and you would only see 1/8 of the board. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep that there for now. I might buy a smaller one. Temporary, before we can get back to the other one. Well, I mean, sure. It's just the camera. Brian Packard, $4.99 to Detroit. Oh, goodness. My other chair at work is actually a little bit more comfortable than this one. I might have to buy a chair for my house. Out of 50, Sisto Sanchez. That's 30 out of 50, headed out to Miami. That's going to Scott G. Oh, that is a sweet hit. Atlanta, Shea Langoliers. That's going to be Scott G. That is a nice low draft pick right there. Brock Death Rage. What comes after Death Rage? A beer. Yeah, that Langoliers is no joke. The Braves have all the makings of a team that could do it. The question is, how is that pitching? Hudson Head out of 250. Going to the Padres. Andy Vaughn, not a bad card either. Well, Dan, thank you for the honest assessment. Dan says, as a Phillies fan, they scare me. Yeah, they're loaded on talent, and they've been doing it the right way. They've been home growing their talent like the Astros did. Cheaters or not, they did develop all their talent from within. Michael Toglia, that's one of those blue non-numbered parallels. Jung. Oh, we got something low-numbered coming. We got something low-numbered coming. Don't know if you guys peeped the little side of that card. Couldn't see who it was. Oh, there it is, right there. Just a peek. Just a peek. Ryan. Oh, all right, who is it? Oh, hey now. How you doing? For the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, it's Jack the pitcher. Numbered 7. Just 7 out of 25. That is a fantastic card of Jack. Look at him go. I mean, and that is, and look at that signature. Guy was not messing around with his marker. What a great card for Jack. That's going to go right into the collection of one Kyle L. Sweet low number hit. It's Kachanowicz, I know. I'm aware it's Kachanowicz. I get it. It's funnier if I don't, though. Speak of the devil. It was funny. I don't remember. It was something in basketball. I was mispronouncing names incorrectly. Somebody's like, hey, you know it's pronounced Shaquille O'Neal, right? Yes, I'm aware who Shaquille O'Neal is. But Shaquille O'Neal is funnier. Grayson Rodriguez, White Sparkle. I mean, hockey, all those hockey names, I get those wrong. I'm not even pretending. I'm an idiot when it comes to hockey names. Most of the basketball names, I'm joking. Most. I get some wrong. Nobody's perfect. Last pack, box 2. Oh, another one. Ain't that something? Looks like the fire has not gone out. It was just waiting. That's Estefan Florial, 21 out of 25. It's for the Yankees. But that's not all. How about for the Yankees, Josh Smith auto? Little back-to-back hits. Wesley's like, yeah, I'm okay with that. For Detroit, that's Cooper Johnson. It's out at 250. There's Andy Vaughn. Oh, you know it's real. You know it's real. Me and the Yankees go all the way back to when I was a Mets fan. That's Dominic Flesher in that cool blue parallel. Just getting more stuff to put the cards in. Space is at a premium now. I used to complain about how small the breaking room was. My goodness, was that a lot of room compared to my son's room. Kyron Paris out of 150. Another one for those Angels. Brock Deathrage, followed by Seth Beer. Hey, look, I was right. Andy Vaughn. J.J. Bleday. Victor Mesa. Out of 499 going to Miami. There's Shea Langoliers again. That's Eric Rivera. Don't think I've said his name ever. Riley Green. Wow, Langoliers followed by Blade. Not a bad 1-2 punch. Connor Capel. Or Capel. That's a blue parallel. Not numbered, but a little different. Michael Bush going to the Dodgers. Out of 150, Hayden Wisniewski. The Yankees. All right, last box. Ryan Jensen, blue parallel. Swaggerty. There's Timmy T. Gunnar Henderson out of 250. It's going to the Orioles. That's William W. William, it might not be the Oriole that you wanted, but it is the one you got. Well, that was very nondescript of a pack now, wasn't it? Must be a big hit coming. That's the only reason I can see. Andy Vaughn. Joshua Mears. That's out of 499. Alex Manoah. Ryan Nelson. Or it could be Rin. I haven't asked him. Next time I see him, I will. Arizona. Back on track. That is crazy, Ryan. I have no idea either. I think people are scared of investing right now. Oh, I think there's something else low numbered in this one. J.J. Bleday. Oh, baby. Oh, you know, do you know what that color is? Do you know what that color is? Oh, oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. It's 1 out of 5. Joseph Ortiz. And that's exactly what that was. A tease. If only. Anyway, William, it's yours. Sorry it was not the other guy. But it's still not bad at all. Whoa, what's up, Focus? Focus? No? Nothing? Come on, Mr. Focus. There we go. Hello. Hello. Got him. That's Brad Patty. Blue. It would have been really nice if that was Adley Rutschman. Would not be too bad if it was Mr. Number 1 overall. There's Michael Bush again. $4.99. Dodgers, you got 2. All right, last pack of the first quarantine break. I don't know if it's technically a quarantine. Let's just say lockdown break? I think lockdown break. Shelter break. Maybe shelter break has a better ring to it. Glenn Allen Hill Jr. out of 99. Another short print for that man. And that, as they say, is that. All right, well, that was interesting to say the least. Let's see if I can save these videos the same way that I was able to do before. Ah, there we go. All right, that seems to be going well. Thankfully, I have business level speed internet at my house anyway. I believe that's 9 o'clock. I don't know. I have to look now. It is. All right, so that gives us a sweet, sweet hour of conversation. Let's talk a little bit about the upcoming breaks. So, as you know, NT came out right as we were getting locked down here in New York. So I have lots of NT cases. A case we're gonna do division breaks. The division breaks are because, well, quite frankly, it's gonna be too difficult for me to do teams at the house. So, when it comes down to the normal case breaks, it's well over $500 per division. We want to hear some feedback on what people think about doing half case breaks, which is a little bit different than what we're used to. But doing half case division breaks of NT, which would be 2 box breaks. It would make it a little bit easier, more palatable. The product is jam packed with amazing hits. They retail for about $1,000 a box. So we are looking for just a little bit of feedback as to what you guys think. So have at it in the chat. Give us the heads up. Let us know what you want us to do. If there's anything you want to see in the group breaks, now is a great time. I can write it all down. Is anybody even in the chat? Greek is. Greek is the only one here. The other 37 people are just so shocked. What's up, Dan? Everyone else is just so shocked, they don't know what to say. What's up, Bryce? Oh yeah, Chris. That is the truth. You get to see the honest to God wall of the second bedroom of DC's house. Now I feel like every other breaker to ever break before. I'm gonna have to like start hanging up some stuff in my son's room so that I don't have so much echo. I have to buy him some more pictures and stuff. Chris, we're good, man. How are you doing? How's the family? And by family, I mean any relative related to you that you may know. Good. Good, man. That's what we like to hear. That is what we like to hear. I am going to grab a bottle of water. I shall return. Good vibes, man. Good vibes. There we go. I am not drinking a beer. It is literally water. As tempting as it would be working from home, I still gotta follow company guidelines. All right, so while we have the time, I've got to throw this out there. I'm dying to know. As we had to get ready, or yeah, that's definitely not vodka. I can't do straight liquor anymore, man. If I was to do like 2 fingers of scotch, I would have that for probably 45 minutes. I just don't. I used to when I ran the nightclubs downtown in Buffalo. I used to drink a lot. I just don't. I have no have no interest in hard liquor anymore. I've gotten old. I'm definitely not drinking cupfuls of vodka. But I'm dying to know. So I know I had to go out and I had to get things to just make sure we had some basics, not panic buy, but get like extra bleach and extra just cleaning supplies and just the generic things that you could get. Get some additional food that my son likes because he's a picky eater. What was the first thing that you ran out of that you didn't think would be something you would need to buy? Weaker than circus lemonade. Zach, I like that. Weaker than circus lemonade. My goodness, where's your wife from? If I can ask. You don't have to answer that. But if I can ask, where is she from? Because that is a colloquialism that I've never heard before. And I like it. I wanna stress the fact that I think that's awesome. Mark, yeah, that was one of the ones that we take ibuprofen and Tylenol. I take ibuprofen because of my back as an anti-inflammatory. My wife takes Tylenol because I'm a pain in her back. Um, we ran out of that too. We're like, oh my god, we don't have any Tylenol. Great state of India. That's great, man. Oh, that's right. I think we had that conversation. I used to live just outside Speedway. I think we've had that conversation. Yeah, man. Right? Well, I'm the same way. I am a bit of a handful. Yeah, every once in a while, certain like if things interest me, they stay in my memory a lot longer than things that are mundane. But it has been interesting here in New York for those who are not in New York. Um, it's called shelter in place. It means we're not supposed to leave unless we are essential personnel or are headed to like the laundromat, the doctor, or the grocery store. Those are the three places you're allowed to go. Fun fact, in the state of New York, liquor stores are considered essential services. So none of the liquor stores are closed. So if you like to pound back a couple, in New York State, liquor stores can sell liquor, they can't sell beer. Whereas your grocery store can sell beer, but not liquor. Zach, I am on the other side of the state, man. I'm in Buffalo. I'm like 7 hours from New York City, depending on how fast you drive. I mean, we have it here. It's right up the road. We've had people that are sick. Yeah, and that's Greek. That's exactly why they kept them open, is because they said they could be killing the alcoholics. So they have to keep them open, because it can kill somebody if they don't. So yeah, that's exactly why. I mean, it's here. It's not good where I'm at, but it's not New York City. I'm very far away from New York City. Um, the college got hit and shut down pretty quickly here. We're not too far from the college, but my little pocket where we're at, we don't think it is as bad as it is elsewhere. This area is not as bad as New York City. We're actually pretty decent. Oh, dude, Zach, Jimmy hasn't left the house other than to go outside and kick the ball around. That's it. And nobody is allowed near us. So he is not going anywhere. My wife hasn't even left. She left to get her home computer. Actually, right next to me is her home computer. Um, my computer to the left, her computer to the right, cards in the middle. So we kind of are sharing a workspace. We were extremely fortunate. I'm definitely, you'll never hear me call the boo-hoo card during this. My wife and I both got to keep our jobs. I know the last time we all spoke, we weren't sure what was going on with me. As you can see, they intend to keep me around. So much so that they loaded me up with a bunch of stock and computers, and are keeping me around. So me and my wife are very fortunate. We're trying to help out all of our friends that weren't so fortunate. So if we hear that somebody in the family is losing the job, we're helping them out the best that we can, because even though those checks are coming, that's not going to help the average person. That's one rent payment for New York State. So we're trying to do our part. But yeah, we got very lucky, very fortunate. Adam was very good on how he handled the situation that I'm in. He recognized the opportunity that we had for me to break from home, and he realized, well, I mean, I didn't talk to him directly. It was realized that this is an opportunity that we have to, even if we're not breaking for a full 6 hours, we're still going to chat and talk to our people and talk to our regulars. We want to, you know, half of this is breaking. The other half is us hanging out. I mean, it's a show. It's late nights with DC. Just because I don't have the background doesn't mean it's not the same thing. I'm still here. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, my friend. Appreciate you, Zach. So, you know, I wanted to make sure that I could go live as many hours as I could. It would be easy for me to just do the breaks and then jump off. However, I mean, right now I'm separating cards, sorting the cards, and I can talk to you as well and kind of keep some kind of normal for those who join every night. Actually, I haven't jumped on Instagram. I'm gonna jump on Instagram real fast. Yes, I agree. Yeah, man, and that's what we got to do. Actually need to. There's one person I haven't seen yet that I got a bag for not being on, and I'm going to DM them. I'm dogging somebody right now. Bear with me. It's that guy. That's fun. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I try to do okay. You guys only get 8 hour snippets of me. I'm sure if I was around 24/7, you'd be like, wow, DC really talks like this all the time. Actually, Ryan, I know that because my wife now regularly has conversations with Icon. And then she said that you are not a social media person. I have Instagram, Facebook. I got rid of my Twitter. Twitter was too toxic. Honestly, forgive me, my people who are on Facebook. I don't go on Facebook. Facebook is very. I'm not getting political, but I'm going to state that Facebook is not holding up their end of the bargain. And we're giving away more than we're getting from that company. So I don't post a lot on Facebook at all. And once I stop being lazy, and I have the time, I have about 3,000 photos that if I can get them onto a hard drive, I would delete my Facebook immediately. Ah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. What is up, Underground? Hey, Underground. It looks like we're all underground now, aren't we? I feel like I'm like in the movie, the 1990 five cult classic Hackers, where I'm in a seedy dark room doing stuff that's like, hey, this is cool. Check this out. It's like I'm running pirate radio, but on the airwaves. UHF, starring Weird Al Yankovic. I feel like I have my own UHF channel. God, that movie was awesome. It was terrible awesome. God, it's just, you can, every time you watch it, it's just like, yep, still funny. Still funny. Time to Yep. The turtle is nature's suction cup. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, man. Badgers? We don't need those stinking badgers. They just don't make them like that anymore, man. Had a drink from the fire hose. So here's an odd question. How many of you, and you don't have to tell me how or why, but raise your hand if you've ever been hit with a full blast from a water hose, from an actual fire hose? I can tell you I have. But if you've ever been hit by the blast of a true legitimate fire hose, it is so painful, even from like 20 feet away, that it is ridiculous. In Navy boot camp, one of the things you have to do is you and a team have to get Yeah, no, yeah, it's not a good time, Brad. You have to, you and a team of, I think it was you and four other people, so it was a team of five, have to get a runaway hose under control. Rico, there you go. Ju- Justin, Justin, I feel like I know you, and I feel like yours is a more interesting story than mine. But I'm going to tell you mine first. So we had to, it's the nozzle's plastic. It's not a brass one because when that thing flies around, it's flying at like 100 miles an hour. It can kill you. Literally, if the nozzle hits you, it can kill you. Which is why you actually, it's called Z kinking. Don't Google that. Oh, okay, Justin, that would be why. So you know all about the Z kink. Basically, you fold the hose in three, but it's extremely difficult to do because those hoses are thick and that water stream is high pressure. So it takes a few people to muscle over. Once you get the first kink, you're literally just like you're taking the hose and you're bending it this way. And the Z kink, it'll stop the flow enough for you to get it under control. However, they had so it's there's a room right here, and then there's the line, and then there's us. So we are over here, and this room has like a glass panel that has about 5 feet underneath. And when they turn the hose on, the thing is just going bonkers inside this room. They tell you don't go in the room, just we'll teach you how to Z kink it here. Well, when we did it, when we pressurized the hose, when we yelled, water on, the first whip it did, it actually whipped out and right at us. And the RDCs, which are your recruit division commanders, they were came rushing over, but not before me, who was the lead guy, got blasted. It almost knocked me over. If it would have hit me a little bit higher in the chest, I would have been head over tea kettle. But it was painful. It is like little. It's like a bunch of needles being flung at you. That water comes out so hard. But yeah, that's my fire hose story. Justin, you probably have been hit with them just because, as a fireman, I'm sure everybody. That's probably initiation. But yeah, fire hose, not fun. So the whole joke, drinking out of the fire hose, it'll tear half your face off. What's up, Sean? No, man. Unfortunately, no personals yet. Within the next week or two, we're gonna figure out a way to get personals out. But right now we have to bang out the logistics since I'm at my house, and I can't keep $250,000 of stuff at my house. But how are you doing, Sean? Is everybody safe in your area? Family safe? Yeah. Yep. Good. Good to hear, man. So if you, Sean, if you go to the website, we do have breaks up. They're almost all divisions. Some of them are going to be team like Mixer Monday is going to go just the way it is. We have some case breaks. We're probably going to turn a lot of those expensive case breaks into half case breaks just because right now a lot of people probably don't want $500 buy-ins. So you're going to see some like half case NT, which is 2 box breaks. You're going to see some of the basketball breaks that are going to be a little bit smaller. They've equipped me with a couple of basketball breaks for this week. I basically am doing a drive through at Dave and Adams. I drive up. They take the packaged goods out of my car and drop stuff off. So, Brad, I agree. I'm actually a Kevin Smith fanatic. Chasing Amy, I thought was one of his better movies. Actually, he doesn't get enough credit for Chasing Amy. Yeah, I believe it is Upper Deck got the rights to Clerks, Mallrats, and Chasing Amy that I'm aware of. And they released Clerks like 2 years ago or a year or two ago. Um oh, it is Chasing Amy is just it's brilliant. It is actually it's a intelligent lowbrow film. If that's possible. It's a very intelligent lowbrow comedy. I would argue it's barely a comedy. It's more or less it's drama to a degree. But anyway, yeah, they acquired the rights and they made cards. I'm not gonna lie, I did grab a box of way ahead of its time, man. Oh, you Brad, you that is the understatement of the year, man. I did buy a box because I was just kind of interested to see what the Clerks stuff had. Soundtrack, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a brilliant film for those people who don't mind a gritty comedy, and by gritty I mean it's very real. We do have NT football, Sean. Absolutely. We got right now we have case divisions up. Let me just double check. They should be up. I was told they were up because I have them. Yeah, the NT is up. I got NT starting Wednesday. They are, as it stands right now, it's division case, which is a 4 box case. We're probably going to turn a bunch of those into 2 box breaks just for cost purposes. I probably will get one. I'm an autograph chaser. Um, I don't deny that fact. I'm actually a card collecting nerd still. Um, and each of the boxes had trying to think. I'm looking up the answer real quick. I think it was one autograph per. Yeah, it was one autograph per. Sean, no, the we only have 2 breaks today. For the next week, it's only going to be 2 breaks a day, just until we can kind of get back into the flow of things. Then we're going to move it up to 3 and 4 as I can get back to normal. I'm only going live until midnight because I have to keep 2 hours off for sorting and shipping. So it's gonna be just it's gonna be a light version of the regular show. Um, so Brad, so I bought the box and got the autograph. Now I would take pretty much any autograph from there. I have a picture of it. My collection is hidden, so I can't bring it out. It's uh it's Dante's girlfriend, played by Lisa Spoonhour. Nice. And then I placed an order from David Adams, and you know I get free gifts. Even though I work here, I still qualify for the free gifts. Um, but I grabbed an O'Halloran autograph as my bonus. Yeah, Joey Lauren Adams. Yep. Ah, it's so great. That is that was is one place was the original one. It would be the coolest place to ever visit. Um, yeah, I missed my opportunity. I was in New York about 15 years ago. And my buddies were like, dude, let's go to Jersey. Let's go to Jersey. I was like, I got so much I want to do here. And I was going to be where we're going to go, and we never went. And now we kick ourselves in the butts for not doing it. Nice. Hey, what's up, Armando? So, Brad, as you know, or maybe not know, um, Lisa Spoonhour died. She passed away. So, I'm happy I got the signature because there's not many more of them left. Yeah, she was young. She was like 45 or something like that. Armando, how's your family, man? How's everything going over there? I saw the reboot. It is literally made for the fans. Um, it was a forced plot. I mean, it was ridiculous, but it was basically like a as I tell everybody who didn't like it, if you didn't like it, then you didn't watch Kevin Smith from the beginning because he shouts out all of his movies. He callbacks to everything. It was a love letter to the fans. Is what that was. It was not great unless you're a fan. Then it was good. Ah, Armando, I can imagine, man. My son's going bonkers. Yeah. Good, man. It's good. Glad everyone's safe and healthy. That's what I like to hear. But I enjoyed it, man. I'm sorry because I'm home. My phone is with me, and it's I still have to answer my family. Yeah, man. It's my house. I have the entire setup. Everything that was at literally both monitors, the boom, the mic, the same computer, the keyboard, the mouse. I this is my own card pad. I brought it just because it's a hard plastic table. So that's just a card cushion, a playing mat. But other than that, man, yeah, man, my white table, my white walls. Yeah, I left card collecting for a while. Basically, when I was running the nightclubs, I just didn't have any time. I slept and I worked. That was it. So for a good solid 8 years, I stopped. And then when I started working at Geico before David Adams, for those 8.5 years, I was like, oh, I have all this extra money. I'm going to go back into cards. Oh, why? I didn't get to see his. I didn't get to see what happened. Since '94. It's been a while, man. Hey, listen, Brad, it's a lot different now, man. The market is not flooded like it was in the '90s. There is some regulation as to number of sets that can be produced. Like back in the day, Upper Deck had like 40 different sets in a year. Here, I think you're only allowed to have like 15 or 20. I don't know, and it's actually I shouldn't have said that. That's an incorrect number. There is some regulation. I don't know exactly what it is. That was what I said was an example of something like what's going on, but there is some limitations. Um, so I do know it is way different than the '90s. Almost killed the market. Almost single handedly destroyed everything. Great question, Brad. I don't know. That I don't know. I do know that um companies had to buy other companies in order to release extra sets. Like Tops owns Bowman. You have Upper Deck now has, I think, what do they have? Fleer they bought or something like that, or one of them bought Fleer. It's all weird now. But it's for the better. You're getting a lot more numbered cards. A lot of the premium stuff, every card is numbered, or almost every card is numbered, so you know that it's limited. A lot of the inexpensive stuff, like the stuff you're paying $50 for, like those are still mass produced. But when you break into the high end market, everything's limited, which is nice. Upper Deck bought Pacific. Yep, Dynagon. Yeah, absolutely. Just think how much that Ken Griffey rookie card would have been worth if they didn't print 3 million of them. The Dale Murphy, yep. Nuts. Yeah, Armando, for now, it's only going to be group breaks. Um, because I'm doing this out of my house, I don't have the luxury of having two guys cleaning up my mess when I'm done. Um, my normal day was before I would get in at like 10 to 6, get everything ready at like quarter after 6, break. I would break nonstop for almost 8 hours, and then I would leave. And then in the morning, Sean and Alex would come in. They would sort the cards, they would package them, and they would have them gone by the time I got there. So we had the luxury of three people working on it. Now it's just me. What you see on my show is just going to be me. Sean's got his Monday, Wednesday, Friday that he's doing. So now I have to break them, and then I have to log off at midnight. And then from midnight to 2, I'm sorting and packaging those cards. So the time factor, I'll be working 40 hours a week just breaking and shipping for 2 hours. So that's why we have to see how many I can do before we can start getting them done. Because if I break them but never get them packaged, it's no good to you guys. So for now, once we mastered how many group breaks I can do, we can start peppering in personals. Or one of the things we've tossed around a lot of ideas. One of them was dedicating one day to having, like, let's say people put in their personal breaks from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I pick them up Thursday, and then Friday is all personal breaks that we received from the previous week. That was another one of the ideas we had. We're just not sure which way we're going to go, which one's going to work easier. So it's a work in progress. We got to take baby steps. I'm just happy that I have a job and I can be live and talk to you people. And I mean, even if I'm only breaking 2 or 3 a day, at least we can all still chat. We can all still carry on this part of our lives as normal. So I will be 5 days a week. Again, it is still going to be Monday through Friday. It's just going to be a couple hours shorter. But once we get group breaks, we're probably going to send out a mass email, maybe dedicate a pop-up on the page. Thank you, man. It was, they honestly didn't know what was going to happen until finally it was like, all right, we need to either scheisse or get off the pot. So we figured this is something that I could still do. Thankfully, I operate with the highest of integrity, and they can feel comfortable sending all the stuff to my house. Oh, I am just happy to talk to somebody that's not a 4-year-old. Because a majority of my day, my wife works from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. From home. Her computer's over there. So until 4:30 every day, it's just me and Jimmy. What's up, TJ? So I'm just talking to a 4-year-old for most of my day. And it's very nice to talk to adults. Where the number one comeback from you guys is not going to be, Oh, yeah. Well, thankfully, my son is a gamer, and he kills it on PUBG. I was just telling everybody earlier before you got on, my son got his first chicken dinner on PUBG Mobile. Mind you, my son turned 4 in November, so he's 4 and 4 months old. He had 7 kills. His teammate had 14. One person was gone from the beginning. They were 0. And then the first person in his group killed was a 2. So my son did a third of the entire team's work. He's 4. I don't even have a chicken dinner in that game. And this kid wins it. It's unbelievable. I have a video of it for proof. He is the next ninja. I know. Yep. Derek, hey, Derek, first of all, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Second of all, I hope everybody's okay. Yeah, it's nuts. If I didn't have the video, I wouldn't have bothered posting it. I showed the picture earlier, but I have the final video. The last minute 40 of him just absolutely killing it. No joke, that is a 4-year-old cutting people down on PUBG. Yep. Oh, good, man. Good. That's good to hear. That's what I want to hear. My goal is to talk to everybody that I normally talk to. Ike, how are you? It's good to be back. I want to see everybody that has been on before, and I want to see that everybody is okay. I want every one of you to have safe and healthy families. That is the best. That is what makes me happy. So every time I see one of my regulars come on for the first time this week, you're going to hear me ask them the same thing. So I want everyone to be well. Yeah. Good. Hey, that's the key, man. Unfortunately, not everybody can say the same thing. I am very fortunate that they decided to keep me around. Because if you think about it, I mean, yeah, I'm the interface for the company, but at the same time, breaking could have gone on hold. That was the original plan until they realized, I think DC might be half smart enough to pull it off. So thankfully, I have 1 or 2 IQ points higher than the minimum required to run all of this stuff. Though it took me quite a while, and all the bugs aren't worked out. We're still working on it. But yeah, just as long as that's all I care about, man. Everyone is okay. I'm happy. Oh, goodness. Let me see. All right. All right, let me see if I can switch these screens, if I get this reverb anymore. I'm going to give you all a warning. Warning, what I'm about to do has already caused loud noises and reverb. Please, if you're wearing earplugs, take them out. If you're listening on a surround sound system, which I don't know why you would be, but hey, if you really like my voice, go for it. You might want to turn it down for a moment. We're going to try something that could be very painful. That is the warning. Let me see. I'm just checking to make sure everything is off. Both of the screens that have videos are off. So, all right. I'm going to switch screens. It could cause a massive reverb and echoing. Let's find out. All right. Am I echoing now? Do I have massive echo? Nope. Is it actually okay now? Oh, sweet. I didn't do anything different. How about that? I literally didn't do anything different. Nothing changed. Wow, that's crazy. Scuba Vince can tell you how bad it was earlier. I went to switch over. This is the upcoming break. I went to switch over, and I saw my levels just blew through the roof, and I was like, what? I looked at the chat, and everyone's like, wow, you're killing us. Literally. Nothing. I just said I'm going to try to switch it over. When I switched it over earlier, I literally changed nothing. I didn't mute anything. I changed nothing. I think maybe that first time was just a. So the first time I did it, it was a loud squelch. The second time I did it, it was an echo, and now it's nothing. So maybe it was just stupid. It was just dumb. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's got to be a glitch because if you think about it, the first time was awful. The second time was just an echo. Now it's normal. No, I actually our I wish that was the case. Um our login and log off, our punch in punch out is a mobile app. So I'm punching in and punching out like normal. I'm still hourly. I'm just doing 6 hours live and then 2 hours off the air for sorting. That's true. Restarting it might have, yeah. OBS. What's OBS? No, Mel and James will not be touching any of your cards. These will be handled by nobody but me. It's true. I have to be up at 7:30 every morning because Mel works at 8 from home. And I have to be there for, yeah, oh, I know. This streaming software, I have no idea what it is. It's, I don't know. It's whatever they ran. I am computer dumb. I was born at a time where we learned how to program DOS, and then I moved to a school. I went to a poor elementary school where basically DOS in the 80s and early 90s, we had DOS. That was it, MS DOS. And we learned to program on DOS. And then I moved to a wealthy high school, and they had like disgusting computers, and I didn't even have the keyboard memorized. So I kind of slipped through the cracks. I still to this day do not have I don't know the keyboard. I type 39 to 41 words per minute hunting and pecking, which is fast for somebody who hunts and pecks, because I've been doing it my whole life. I've never had computer courses because when I went to the high school and they saw how far behind I was, they're like, you could take a shop class. So I took shop. It was what was it that we did it on? I don't know. I have no idea. It was just a giant box. And then I went to high school. They had Apple, I want to say it was 2Es. And then by the time I graduated in 98, it was Windows since 95. So don't ask me, I don't remember. I just remembered that I had to use plot coordinates and then give them a number, and it collated to a color and a line on the screen. And that's briefly what I remember. That was 25 years ago? No, 30 years ago. Yeah, it was about 30 years ago. So I'm computer dumb, and I'm okay with it. I'm all right. I can interface enough to game, and that's basically it. Listen, I am very good. If you tell me what to do, if you give me a set of orders, I can follow them, and I can execute flawlessly. Just don't ask me to improv. Gotcha. I understand, Brad. Yeah, I was 5 years after you, and and it wasn't so much like the schooling, it was going from one type of school to another. The higher end school that I went to had computers since computers were around, and the elementary school we went to, man, our library was the size of a walk-in closet. I mean, we didn't have much. So to be able to just work on a computer was cool. To be able to like, oh look, I can make this. I can write hi in the color red. That's awesome on my screen. That was amazing. And then I get to the middle school and high school, the other school, and I'm like, what's Oregon Trail? Let me try that. God, I grew up in such fear of getting dysentery. It's not even funny. I was concerned that everything I consumed would give me dysentery. Thank you, Oregon Trail. I was like a raccoon going to the river and washing my food, or like an otter. Yeah. Are you gonna do polls? Yeah, I actually these are just open discussions. Are people interested in? First of all, we're gonna apologize. There's not gonna be a lot of team breaks, just for logistics reasons. It's gonna be a lot of, uh, it's gonna be a lot of division breaks. Do you prefer larger division breaks or smaller bite-sized ones? I'll give you an example. NT is the reason I'm asking. NT is about $530 for a division because it's such an expensive product. And there's 4 boxes in a case. Instead of paying $530, would you guys be interested in paying like $265 for a 2 box half case break? We have to kind of compromise to a degree. If people are still willing to, drop large coin on high-end product division breaks, that's great. But if people are more comfortable with just smaller ones, we will break from our normal case breaks and we'll start doing half cases. But I kind of need feedback from everybody on what you want to see broke. If you guys are comfortable, I know this is an uncomfortable question, but what do you guys kind of want to see price wise? This is a faux pas. Yeah, we shouldn't ask this question, but this is unprecedented what we're doing. We kind of need feedback to know how we can service you better. Do you guys have like, I only want to spend $50. I only want to spend $100. Or I don't mind getting into one big break and then that's just it for the whole week for me. I kind of need feedback on what you guys are thinking because we've never had this predicament before. Jeremy says high-end products do the micro breaks, like the half casers, and then the not high-end stuff do case breaks, like they were. The problem is all case breaks, regardless of price, because their divisions are going to be kind of heavy price-wise. What we need to do is we need to realize we're not getting teams, we're getting divisions now. Especially things like, hockey, where you only have 4 divisions. Does make it tough. And it would be almost impossible for me to do more than 2 breaks a day if we were doing team breaks. Because I have to sort through all of them, and I still have to stay within my 8 hours. All right, excellent. That's good feedback. I will pass that along. All right, excellent, Dan. I'm going to pass that along. I appreciate y'all's honesty. The only way we're going to get better and the only way that we can better facilitate you. Listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't care if I have to do 5 half case breaks as opposed to 3 full case breaks. It's all going to be the same sorting time. It's a matter of what you guys want. My sorting time is built in. So we're going to do the same amount of cards. It's up to you to tell us what you want to see so that I can get it done. No matter what we're breaking. No matter what we're breaking certain products. So if you guys can tell us what you want and how you want it delivered to you, we're going to oblige. That was a great game, Brad. You are correct. Yeah, and unfortunately, we had a high-end product drop right at the beginning of this. And that's what makes it tough, because I don't know if you guys have seen that NT football product. It's unfreaking believable. I haven't been able to get my hands, well, I mean, I have my hands on it physically, but I haven't been able to open any of it myself yet. But from all of the other breaks that I've seen, it's dropping absolute hammers on people. It's crazy. But I've also seen the, one dud box, which was next to a box that had the most insane 101, American flag card. It's just, this new one is unbelievable. And that's why the price jumped $200 a box from what it was last year. I literally just texted Sean with a screenshot of the chat so that he literally can see exactly how we feel. That is how serious we are when we say what you guys say is what we're going to try to do. I just gave a picture of the chat to the director. It doesn't get any more direct than that. So your feedback is literally going to the highest person in my food chain. And he said, I will work. I just got a text back and I'll read it. I'll work on those tomorrow for the NT breaks. And I'll keep that in mind for other breaks. So literally from your texts to his eyes, you're gonna see things broken down and change now. So there you go. How's that for instant update? I am your liaison, my friends. My interface with you goes 2 ways. It's not just me presenting the company to you, it's also me presenting you to the company. The company's not going to know how you feel unless you tell me and I tell them. So you have instant gratification in knowing Sean is going to work on that literally tomorrow. So tomorrow, probably around 1 or 2 p.m., maybe a little bit later, take a look. You might see some different pricing now, some different quantities and size. But it's 9 o'clock. I think we have a break to do. Let's get it. Good evening, people watching the video who are not here watching me live. If you're watching the video, just to let you know, from 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to midnight Eastern Standard Time, DC, Late Nights with DC, it's going down from the comfort of his own home for David Adams Card World. That is my really long intro to this great break. 2019 Topps Archives SIG Series, Retired Edition Baseball 10 box, 6-spot random division break. And did I mention I'm here Monday through Friday? I sure hope so. We're going to go 5 times. It's a 7. Oh, I just realized I do not have my I don't have my cheat sheet for the divisions. Hold on, let me look up the divisions, my friends. I'm an idiot. Oh, MLB divisions. Yeah. Oh, listen, I have a great voice. I'm not the smartest cookie. All right, so the NL East goes to Craig G. The NL East is the Marlins, Nationals, Phillies, Braves, and Mets. The NL West goes to Jeremy S. That's the Rockies, Padres, Dodgers, Giants, and Diamondbacks. Scott K has the AL East. That one I know. It's the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, the Rays, and the Orioles. The AL West is Danny G. That's my Astros, the Angels, Athletics, Rangers, and Mariners. AL Central, Timothy B. That's the Indians, White Sox, Royals, Tigers, and Twins. Lester J, you have the NL Central, Reds, Brewers, Cardinals, Cubs, and Pirates. Oy boy. Let me just save that right over here. Probably should print one of those out for myself. All right, friends. Let's see what we got. Dig it. Good luck, everybody. Jeremy, that is one of the things that we are tossing around. Why is... Okay. Can you guys see my screen? And can you hear me on the microphone? Because it looks like this is frozen again. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. All right, so the camera froze again. That's funny. Okay. Oregon. Gotcha. All right. Interesting. All right, well, I cut half of the cellophane off of a box, and I'm noticing you can't see me. So, let me figure out why this froze. Yeah, it's the camera then. All right. Hmm. Oh, it's yeah, well, it's the same computer, same setup. That's the thing. I literally took the tower. Yeah, my levels are coming through. It's my my video that's not coming through. So let me Yeah, that's why it's odd. It's literally all the same. Let me see if I can move the other ones. No? Alright, hold on. Nope. That is a full-on freeze. No, Jeremy, I have it. That's the thing. I have the whole complete setup. Let me see. It's just frozen. All right. So, stupid solution. I just unplugged the camera and plugged it back in. However, as you'll notice, I cut the top of the cellophane, but if you look, it's still sealed with the exception of the top layer. So forgive me, I only have 10 boxes. But let's continue. Oh, good. So if this wasn't a good card, you guys would probably scream foul. But it's Steve Sachs from the Dodgers out of 61. So there you go. At least it's good. All right. The Dodgers. That's going to go to the NL West. That would be Jeremy S. Ah, thank you, my friend. My regulars know. Whoa, ain't this pretty? How about a little fire? Nomar Garciaparra. That's a 1 of 1. It goes to the AL East, Scott K. What's up, man? How you doing? Lot better now. Nomar. Uno de uno. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, that is pretty dope. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate that, man. That is what I'm aiming for. It's just so much easier to tell the truth and act a certain way. So, all right, we got a 101. We're going to follow it up. Brad Ausmus out of 53. Okay, here we go. Now you get to see it. Everybody, pay attention. Look how this card came out. Do you see it? That, again, reiterates why I do not ship you your thin cards in mags. See? It's just not thick enough to sit inside the seat right here. It's the thin stock cards. That card is literally, it's sticking out. Give me a second and... All right, it's moving. Almost there. Almost there. Well, I'll get it by the time you get this card. Padres. That's the NL West. By the time, Jeremy, you get the card, I will have it centered for you without damaging it. But this is an example of why we don't do it. And you can see that the edge of the card that's not touching it, you can tell that this card has moved a lot. Yeah, yep. So this, everyone asks why I don't put thin cards in mags when I mail them. You now know. Thicker cards, absolutely. They don't move. I'll work on this. I'll just gently nudge it on some padding. I'm not going to break the seal, but there we go. Told you I'd get it. There it is. But yeah, no bueno, man. These are great if they're going in your collection. If you're just handling them to show friends, to, bring them out during the game so that they're lined up underneath the TV screen for good luck. It's fine for that, but if you're shipping, if they're moving around, those aren't them, man. There you go. Finally, I get one in the wild. I can show you. Oh, look at this guy. Out of 18, it's Mr. Smoltz. Well, John. That is Atlanta. So that's going to go to the NL East. That's Craig G. Charles Nagy. Out of 73, that's Cleveland. That's either American League, right? Yep, AL Central. Timothy B. There you go, little black and white action. It's that heritage throwback. How about Alan Trammell for the Tigers out of 99? It's 9 out of 99. eBay 1 of 1. God, I hate that term. My stomach, I throw up in my mouth a little bit saying that term, eBay 101. It's so ridiculous. That's Detroit. That's the AL Central. That's going to be Timothy B. The Smoltz, yeah. It is a nice card. Out of 19, Dave Stieb. Or Stieb. Depends on how you want to pronounce it. It's out of 19. It goes to Toronto. That's going to be the AL East. That's Scott K. Out of 43 for Chicago, the White Sox, Harold Baines. White Sox are also the AL Central. Timothy, getting it in. All right, 2 boxes left. That's right, Jeremy. You know me, buddy. Out of 99, it's Phillip West. I mean, Bill North. That one's going to be out of 99. It's 73 out of 99. Is that one of the old ones? Yeah, it is. 1980. There you go. All right, so sad. Last one. And it's a good one. The Dodgers, Rick Honeycutt. Out of 82. Dodgers did well as well. Dodgers and the AL Central did well. All right, that's that. All right, I don't need that open anymore. I don't need that open anymore. I don't need that open anymore. And I could probably get rid of that. All right, less things running. Less things to go wrong. All right, so that gives us about 2 hours and 2.5 hours to hang out. Oh, grab a cold one if you got 'em. The work is done. It's time to hang. I'm going to do a little sorting. Brad, absolute pleasure. Thank you for hanging out with us. I absolutely hope you and your family continue to stay safe. Jeremy, I actually don't have to take a lunch, man. That's the beautiful thing. No lunch here. It's kind of factored into the fact that I'm working from home. I know. I'll have to see if I can dig one up. I might have one because I know my son had one. So yeah, I think so. Yeah, David Adams is taking very good care of me. I'm gonna get 40 hours, which is basically what I was getting, give or take like a half hour. So they're taking very good care of me. I can't complain. I have nothing but good things to say, and they're not just paying me to say that. It's true. Yeah, hey Brad, absolutely, man. You can hit me up on Instagram. I have a company Instagram. Let me give it to you real quick. I enjoy when other people post their cards on my Instagram. um, Hit me up. Absolutely. Hang out. TJ, thank you. I appreciate you hanging out. Hopefully everyone stays safe with you. But yeah, hit me up. I'd love to see the cards. I would. I might have to take a look myself. I might literally be looking them up right now. Zach, I appreciate you. It's good to be back. Oh, April 29th. I do see it's coming out. There it is. By Upper Deck. Yep, that's right. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, I'll take a look, man. I'm going to grab it right now. right, man. Gotcha. You are followed back. Oh, Ben Affleck also signed in there. That is pretty good. Yeah, for the chasing. Let me show you guys. Let's get in on this. There you go. Yeah, so dual, triple, quad actor autographs. Ben Affleck is in the set. Jason Lee, and of course Joey Lauren Adams. So yeah, if you're a Ben Affleck Batman fan, that might be right up your alley. Skybox, I love it. One actor autograph or original sketch card per box. I mean, heck yeah. Yeah, Brad, it's they have a moment in the new movie. Spoiler alert. Brad is in the new one. And that was a pretty big deal. They kind of allude to that. It's if you watch the movie closely, they drop Easter eggs that he's gonna be there. So if you know he's coming, it's just crazy to see that he actually shows up. But don't worry, I didn't spoil anything. That is pretty much everybody has seen that cameo appearance. Now what happens in that scene is actually pretty awesome. That I won't spoil. Hey, I mean, he shacked up with J-Lo, so doing something right. Yeah, that was kind of like before the movie came out, it was the big secret. Literally, the first review of the movie that I read, they're like, and Ben Affleck was in it. I was like, oh, Ben Affleck's in it. Okay. Great. We get Holden. Hey, it worked this time. Yay. Absolutely, man. Take care. Yeah, for $60, I'll probably I'll probably see if the wife will let me do it. That's it's fun. She I don't know if I'd say she likes his universe, but she lets me watch it. I kick myself in the butt. So Jason Mewes was here in Buffalo before this thing happened. And I was supposed to go, but I couldn't get any of my siblings to go with me. And I was going to go alone. Yeah, I'll be here till midnight Eastern Standard Time. So I couldn't get one of my siblings to go. So I was like, well, I guess I'll catch him next time. Sure enough, my wife goes, did you know Kevin Smith was in Buffalo? He was with Jason at Jason's stand-up. And I was like, are you kidding me? Kevin Smith showed up, didn't go on stage, but hung out in the crowd. I can't believe I missed that. I can't believe I missed that. Apparently, Kevin did a little live video of him outside the club with Jason. Or in the green room with Jason. And everyone's like, yeah, he was in the crowd. I was like, you gotta be freaking kidding me. So, needless to say, next time that I can't get somebody to go with me and I want to go somewhere, I'm going. All right, now aside from that, now that I'm back on the air, what is the other thing that you miss if you are in one of the lockdown states? I mean, I'm aware it was going to be, DC. I get that. Aside from me. No, I'm kidding. What do you guys miss the most about not being able to go outside for those who cannot go outside? What's up, Justin? How are you doing, brother? Sorry to hear about the common cold running through the house. What a terrible time to be getting the cold. A little bit of wrestling. So I watched Gronk make his debut. And without a crowd, it was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen in my life. Ryan, dig it. Yeah, man. Him coming out to no fanfare with his ridiculous dance and the music, I was like, brother, you are exactly where you need to be. That is your element. Oh, he's going to be just. Yeah, he's going to be a riot. My only concern is the dude is so banged up from playing football. I don't know how long he'll last as a wrestler. Oh, I know. He's a total goof. Yeah. The question is he a heel or a face goof? Is he a heel goof, kind of like the Repo Man, or is he a face goof, kind of like what's that Italian guy's name? Um, God, I can't remember his name. I don't remember. It's the Italian guy. He's really funny. I don't remember his name. Santino. That's it. Isn't he the one that is well in the beginning he used to be surprised that he won and he would do his trombone dance around the ring? Which fun fact, my father would do that probably 20 years before Santino was on TV. That was my dad's go-to celebration. But he is a goof because the guy just is in my opinion, he just overacts everything. Finisher was the Cobra. There you go. Yeah. I liked him. I liked his energy. I don't know what happened to him. Don't know if he wrestles anymore. I liked his energy. That was him and Kofi Kingston when Kofi first started. Just that real positive, always smiling, having a good time. Those people enjoyed their jobs. But then you get, and I used to be a big time wrestling fan. I used to watch wrestling all the time. Um, and you could tell which wrestlers loved what they did and which wrestlers were there to collect a paycheck because they couldn't do anything else. Oh, he retired. Well, good for him. Hopefully he made enough money that he doesn't have to do anything anymore. Um, but yeah, he was cool. He just had energy and he was fun. He was a goof. He enjoyed it. Just like the old wrestlers, their thing was getting when they would do tag team matches. Let me give you a brief history on my family's connection to the WWE. Um, Growing up in Buffalo, There's not a lot around here. Uh, we have one really big airport. There's two places that hotels are. The hotels are downtown or the hotels are next to the airport. That was basically in the 80s it. My father was the food and beverage administrator of the Ramada Renaissance Hotel of Buffalo, which was literally across the street from the airport. It was the nicest hotel in the airport area. And in the 80s, 70s, 80s, my dad retired from there in 86. So from like 79 to 86, my father would be around wrestlers all the time. They would always stay there whenever there was a show in Buffalo. They would stay at the Ramada. My father got to meet Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan, Hercules Hernandez, Junkyard Dog, all of them. Bruno Sammartino, Elio DiPaolo lived in Buffalo. My father knew Elio just from the restaurant business. The Iron Sheik called me at the house one night when he was on a bender. That's a whole nother story. I was, I think, 6 years old, and the Iron Sheik was calling me at my house. So I've always had a connection with the WWE or WWF back in the day. I had every signature of everybody alive. I had all of them because they would party with my dad. They would hang out with my dad. Everybody wanted to hang out because my dad was one that decided if they drank until 5 in the morning instead of having to shut it down at 4 in the morning or 2 in the morning in some cases. So those were the wrestlers I grew up watching, and they would always have stories for my father. He would be like, "Oh, so and so did this," and Hercules Hernandez was out of his mind. He did this, and Andre the Giant would drink wine bottles like you drink a 20-ounce of water. He would have his hand around a wine bottle and just knock those back 6 or 7 at a time. So he said like he got to see a lot of the I don't know how it's pronounced. Is it kayfabe or kayfabe? Kayfabe, kayfabe, I think it's pronounced. He and ultimately me through these stories got to see behind the curtain of wrestling, and how tough and difficult it was. And he got to know who hated their job and who really loved doing what they did. And one of the things that they used to always talk about is their favorite things were tag team matches. Kayfabe, okay, that's kind of what I thought. Back in the early 80s, tag teams, you had your tag team sets. There was not a ton of tag team teams. Like, the 90s is when tag teams really blew up. Back in the early 80s, the tag teams were two superstars that would get together to wrestle two other superstars for the most part. And that was a treat for the wrestlers because there was no like tag team belt. It was just a tag team match back in the early, again, I'm talking about the early 80s. Well, there was a tag team belt, but it wasn't like it is now. That would be a treat for them. They would love when they were given permission to do tag team matches because their whole match purpose would be to get the other guy in the corner to laugh. They would go over the top with moves. They would ridiculous yells, big hard slaps on purpose, trying to get the tag team partner to break character and laugh. So you would, if you go back and look at a lot of the older, like early 80 tag team matches, you'll see these guys in the corner. You'll hear over dramatic screams and you'll see the guys hunched over in the corner. It looks like they're putting their head down like, oh, tag me. But really they're covering their face because they're laughing. And that I thought was the coolest thing is they had this rigorous road schedule. They were like 300 days of the year they were traveling. And their release, their fun was to do tag team matches because they got to laugh. They got to do house matches where they, got to fool around. Yeah, it was. It was more of a yeah. It was more over the top. They were doing it, and that I thought was always cool. My father has horrible stories about Jake the Snake Roberts. I don't think I can legally tell any of those stories. Half of the stories I have, I'm fairly certain if I told all the stories I had about the wrestlers that I heard from my father, I probably would get a cease and desist letter because they were some interesting human beings, to say the least. But anyway, that's that's my family connection to the WWF of the early '80s. Then my father became a post office, a mailman, and he doesn't talk to any wrestlers anymore. Yeah. Well, rumor has it I don't know, he's supposed to have turned around. I guess Diamond Dallas Page got a hold of him, and supposedly Jake is 180. I don't know. I'm just going with the last thing I read, which was maybe 2 years ago. Is that DDP got him healthy, got him like actually had him like living in with him and stuff like that. Literally brought him to his house and was like, "We're gonna fix you." So Dan, hey, yeah, I would, in person, if anybody comes to Buffalo to hang out with me and lets me take them on a wine tour, or not wine, wing tour, I'm not taking you on a wine tour, take you on a chicken wing tour, I will share stories with you. He is okay. That's what I had read, Dan. I had read that he was doing a lot better, and that he's even uh, making strides to reconnect with his family. So, yeah, wine, right? You have to go to the Niagara Peninsula for the wine tour, or have to go to Cayuga Lake, which I'm not taking anybody to Cayuga Lake. It is. Oh, Greek, man, I'm telling you. Give me 3 days. I'll meet up with you for 3 hours a day. We'll go to 6 different spots, and you'll get a real wing tour. You got to bring an appetite, though. And I'm not paying for you. Bring your appetite in your wallet. We'll go Dutch. I'm not that rich where I can swing that, but yeah, I'll take anybody on a wing tour that wants to go on a wing tour. Just gotta come find me. But yeah, I've got interesting stories. I got a lot of interesting stories about hockey players and football players too that I can't talk about. All of those are mine, though. I knew a lot of the Buffalo Sabres, and I knew a lot of the Buffalo Bills from running the nightclub. So, those guys are those guys are interesting. I know for a fact there'd be a lot of ticked off people if I told my football and hockey stories. But you'd be amazed what happens at 3 a.m. in a club. Wow, dude. I've got to show you the wings that we get here, Greek. They are massive. It's a business meeting. There you go, Lev. Hey, Lev, first of all, hey, buddy, good to see you. How are you? And is everybody okay and healthy? We've got big wings here in Buffalo. I just, now that I'm home, one of these days if I order wings, maybe I'll bring some on camera so you guys can see. I'm not exaggerating when I say our wings are this big. To give you an idea, this is a normal pen size. I mean, I do have big hands. Our wings are no joke, about the length of this pen. Just maybe a little bit shy. That is an average size wing for us. They're not small up here. I had the conversation about a month ago. We have a processing plant for Tyson here in Buffalo, and they process wings. And the biggest wings stay local. Duff's and the Anchor Bar. Yeah. Duff's and the Anchor Bar are two of the bigger ones. The Anchor Bar is the original. Chicken wings were invented by Teresa at the Anchor Bar. And Duff's is very commercialized. I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this, but I don't care. I don't like Duffs. I have given Duffs every opportunity to impress me. And they just, in my opinion, are not as good as some of the other wing places here. I would, to anybody who came for a wing tour, this is exactly how this would happen. Come to Buffalo, or if you're in Buffalo, hit me up when the quarantine is over. Four places I have immediately, without even blinking, would be I would take you to Duff's. I would take you to Anchor Bar. We would go to Barbill in East Aurora, and then we'd go to Pappas's in Orchard Park. The reason we'd go to Pappas's so I can show you what cheap wings look like. Because they have like 25-cent wings. They used to have 10-cent wings. Now I think they're like 25 cents. But they're about this big. But you down like 10 of them, they're great. So I'd have at least four places. I could probably... Lenova would be five. We'd do Lenova. Their classic barbecue. So maybe five places in 3 days. Off the top of my head, that's what I got. Just places. Yikes. I had no idea that happened, Lev. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see a ton of stuff. The mystery. I haven't seen that yet. But yeah, man, there's good reason to pre-order. What more than if I had to venture a guess, and don't quote me on this because I have nothing to do with sale with buying. I'm not one of the buyers. Chances are we did our pre-order because our pre-order comes way before we offer you a pre-order. We have to have our orders in, from what I understand. Chances are we did our order and the pre-order was so big that we had to rebuy. And when we rebought, okay, magic. That answers everything. Then there's two things. If it's magic, then yes, either A, we did our original buy and our pre-orders exceeded our original buy so that when it went live, we had to do another buy and that was not as large and therefore it probably cost us more. Or the set list came out and everyone's seeing the heavy hitter rares in that set, and it drove the price up. Just like Zion. Zion hit the court, and everything changed when he came back from his injury. They went from expensive to stupid expensive. So, I don't know. I haven't seen the set list. I haven't played in probably 10 years. But, yeah, that's more than likely what happened. Is it? I'm assuming there's some crazy rares that are in there. Oh, so the Greek has posed a question. A few general card questions, actually. What does everyone do with their base cards? Do you dump them? Do you save the star players, the young players, or only the higher end base? Since I have a microphone, I'm going to answer you immediately. I'll let everyone else answer in the chat. We'll discuss that there. But for the sake of dead air, I used to save recognizable names. I no longer do that. I save all rookies, regardless if they're going to be good or not, because nobody thought Tom Brady was going to be good. I save all rookies. I will save Hall of Famers, or people that are like shoe-in Hall of Famers. And then I give my son the rest, which means they get destroyed and or thrown out. To be honest with you, he loves them. He gets a kick out of them. He stores them in a little plastic bucket that he carries around with him, and eventually they get destroyed and I just replace them with more. Yeah. So basically I give away my cards to my child. Tom Brady goes directly in the garbage. If I pull Tom Brady, if it's not autographed or numbered, I rip it in half and I throw it out. If it's autographed or numbered, I immediately sell it on eBay for 10% less than the last one sold for, just so I can get out of my house. Yeah, now that he's with the Bucks, I'll probably still rip his cards in half. And if it's an autograph, I'll still sell it for 10% less. I mean, that's it. Everybody else, I got some Teddy Bruschi autographs that I'm going to hang on to because I like Teddy Bruschi. I had a bunch of Hightower rookies. I sold those off after he had that one good year and then screwed up. But I'm just excited that the Buffalo Bills are basically going to destroy the AFC East for the next 5 years. That's all I'm going to say. What's up, Steve? I was wondering when you were going to come around. I mentioned Brady and poof, Steve appears. Hey, Steve, seriously though, how's the family? How's everybody doing? Is everybody safe? Is everybody well? Greek, I don't. I don't keep any of the new base cards of retired Hall of Famers unless they're numbered. I don't consider numbered base, but yeah, I know, right, Steve? It's our time and they're taking it away from us. No, honestly, I don't. Everyone is good. Everyone's good with me. My son's a little stir crazy. It's been raining here in Buffalo, so he hasn't been able to go outside, which is what we usually do. So he's been doing laps around the coffee table. He's been getting an extra bath a day because at least he enjoys taking baths. I think honestly, if we get this to plateau, you would see football doing the preseason behind closed doors. It would be no crowds. I think that is a possibility. The problem is it's a contact sport. So you would have to ensure that all of your players were safe. Because there's a lot of blood and sweat and spit out there. I know, I played. Believe me. You'd be shocked. If we plateaued, the preseason is in August. I think if we plateaued, we would at least be able to get televised games with no crowds. Vegas is dying. You are correct. Greek. You can go to Cardboard Connection. If there are variants, they tend to be very good. They tend to be very good at variations. They usually have a list with pictures. Now, normally those lists will take about a week or two with after the launch of the product. But usually they update them immediately. As soon as somebody uploads a picture, they will update their site pretty regularly. Cardboard Connection is very good. Cardboard Connection is where I go for every single question related to cards that I have. And I know all the pros go here too. We all use Cardboard Connection. That's it. A good example is to go to that website and look up Contenders Football 2019, and they'll show you how to identify variants right up front. It's usually within the first 2 paragraphs or first 3 paragraphs. They always have a link to an extra page, unless it's something easy like all variants will have a helmet instead of a logo. But they're awesome. trying to think of what was the set that I had. Okay. Let me see. Here. Let me, this is actually going to work as a mouse pad right now, too, now. Let me share this with you. All right. So, right up top, short prints, base inserts. This is just an example. I'm using 2018 Panini's Contenders. Usually, if you go to... Am I going to be proven wrong? I've used this before. I know it's somewhere. Oh. They'll usually have hot links. They'll have variation. I was looking at the Topps 18 Series 2. No, there is that bat down SSP. Don't see it listed. Not everything is listed. They try to get as much as they can. Some of the stuff that's SSP, if it's... Topps is known to throw cards that are like non-numbered, but they're one-offs or two-offs. Hey, Victor, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. How is the family? I hope everyone is well. Let me look. Did you find the link you were looking for? Sometimes you gotta, like this, you gotta go through the page. Some of them, they'll put them like right here. Be like, oh yeah, here's the link to variation. Or they'll do this. This is it right here. So, variation will show a full color logo on front and lists the hometown after from on the back. So they'll always have some clue on how to find it. Good, man. That's good to hear. Open those cards, man. Keep it going. So easiest way, oh great, variation, hometown, boom. Now I know that's a short print. All the other ones have a black and white logo on the front. See, there's a variation. The new one, the 2020, see, black and white. The variation is color. So there you go. That's it. It's honestly, this site might as well be called the Cardboard Bible because everything's in there. Ah, there you go, man. Hey, I am glad that I can help you. I get to turn my arrow of light pin upside down on my scout uniform now. No, I get it, man. We're working on it. We'll get there. Trust me. We'll get there. All right. I am going to step away real quick. I am going to grab another bottle of water because I'm about to kill this one. I forgot how much I used to talk. Okay, I have returned. Um, and that. All right, so we've already discussed the size of the brakes and probably breaking some of those down to the lower size. What items, since it is going to be somewhat limited as to what we can break for a little while, since I do not have full access to the warehouse, what are the things that you guys want to see broke? It can be sports, non-sports, anything. Um, except for Magic right now, because obviously we haven't figured out when we're going to start our Magic breaks, other than that alpha set break that we're going to do. Um, we want to know what you guys want to see if we're in. Yes, Women of Star Wars. I actually bought a box myself. In my one box, I have them right next to me because I was gonna sleeve them. Tipley, out of 99 from the Clone Wars. Haldo versus the Supremacy, out of 25 from The Last Jedi. And my guaranteed auto was Ensign Narrow Good. Here's what I'll tell you about the set. It spans everything. It is an all-inclusive set. It has all the ladies signing. It's got one of the best signature lists. If you were a female and you were in Star Wars, your autograph is in here. It is great. Everybody from, Crystal Clark to the Enfys Nest, Leia is in there. All of them are in there. What's up, Nate? How are you? How's the family? I hope you're safe. I would love to do Woman of Star Wars. Here's the only thing. Carrie Otto is in it, yes. There's really only one solid, Nate. Thank you. There is really only one major hit per box. It's one autograph. Aside from these three cards, there was nothing too crazy about the box. They're inexpensive. They're about $50, $55 each. I would love to do a bunch of personals of these. I don't know how we would be able to hammer out the group though. Unless we did like group box breaks where we, 10 boxes per case, we random the numbers of the boxes. I don't know. But yeah, it was a cool product. I snagged one of these when I saw it came out at Tops. I dig it. It's not a high-end product, but there's some pretty good signatures in there, and at that price point, it's definitely worth a risk, in my opinion. But Carrie's in there, Jin Urs, everybody. I mean, you name it, they're in there. I can't think of one major player that wasn't, but I'm sure somebody will be able to correct me on that. That is alive. I mean, even they got some of the deceased females signatures, i.e. Carrie. I would love to pull that 101 as well. Hint, hint. I would love to pull that one for myself, too. I wouldn't mind actually pulling one for myself. That is one that would stay in the PC. Do I have... Oh, goodness. I don't think I have it over here. No, I don't. I had a bunch of my other Star Wars stuff over here, too. My desk is right next to one of the cabinets that I keep some of my stuff in. And I had a bunch of my Star Wars stuff right here. Any other questions you got, Greek? Now is the great time to do it. Ooh, excuse me. My son is brokenhearted because Daddy's working and he can hear Daddy in the other room, but he's not allowed to come in here. Yeah, I love Gina Carano. As a fan of fighting, she was a phenomenal fighter, and she has turned into a dang fine actor as well. Miku. So, yes, I can answer that for you. Um, if it doesn't sell out, we'll usually just, depending on how, let's say it sells out 7 of the 8, we'll just move it to the next day. If you're the only person that bought into it, we would move it to the next week. But yes, you would get all of the cards for the teams in your division from all of the boxes. So yeah, those are yours. I can tell you right now, we're going to be changing a lot of the larger divisions into smaller ones. That one will probably stay the same. But we'll be breaking some of them into half case breaks. But they should sell out once everyone realizes I'm back up and going again. Because it was not very often that I would have to push stuff back, except for most recent week I was on 2 weeks ago when all heck broke loose. Aside from that, I very rarely had to push anything back. We're usually a full boat. Yeah, Vince, he doesn't get it. Well, the hit parade, depending on what you're getting, is only one item. So if, let's say you do a hit parade basketball, one team gets that basketball. That means it's a 1 in 6 chance of you getting it. Whereas a case break, you're more than likely going to get at least one card. It's very unlikely that at least one team from that. Yeah, we're going to be switching some of those. A lot of those case breaks are going to become half case breaks. We just put up case breaks because that's what we normally do. Now that things are kind of different, we're probably, and actually I had texted our director, we're probably going to be changing those pretty quickly to half case breaks to make them a little more money manageable. You're more likely to get a hit in Inception than you are in Hit Parade. But if you get the hit in Hit Parade, you're getting a big hit typically. No personals for probably a week, maybe 2. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta mute for a moment. All right, sorry about that. One of the things about working from home is, unfortunately, I will have to handle some family stuff. My wife is very good at helping keep him away, just like I keep him away from her when she's working. But there are going to be moments we'll have to take small pauses, and I do apologize. It's the best we can do. Um, so Icon, they're going to be on the site. Yeah, Miko, I get that. And normally that's what would happen. But for right now, it's just no instant gratification. We are dealing with the fact that I no longer have a warehouse that I can just turn around and grab a box. I have a spare bedroom. It's not a spare bedroom. It's my son's bedroom. But we've kind of taken it over. But let me. So where is David Adams? There it is. So here is how this is working right now. Everything has been switched over from time to be announced to a date for this upcoming week. These, as they fill, will be assigned to dates. I know, I'm sorry, Icon. So by going to the live breaks tab, that's what's going to bring you to the most important page in breaking. It's going to be spread out by the different teams, or excuse me, by the different sports. Most things already have their dates. Like we know tomorrow, I'm going to be breaking some clear cut. I'm going to be breaking 15 boxes of clear cut. And then these are things that we have that we need to get filled up. If stuff fills up fast, it'll move quicker. It'll get a date faster. So the quicker these fill up, the faster they get scheduled. Oh yeah, you can absolutely buy stuff and have it shipped to your house. Basically, if you buy a box for me to open it, I can't open them yet. Are you in Canada by chance, Miku? Because I know there's certain things we can't ship to Canada unless I open them live. If that's the case, there's nothing we can do at the moment. But soon we will get that avenue open. Southern Boy, okay. The reason I say that is Canada, there's restrictions on U.S. Upper Deck cards to Canada, and if it's okay if you participate in a group break because you're not getting whole boxes, you're just getting cards. So you can do that. In your case, no, you would just get them whole. I wouldn't be able to touch them until we do personals again. Shoot, Greek, whatever you want, man. But yeah, Icon, this is your best way to find out. Like, this is the first time I'm seeing all of these. Yeah, this will be good stuff. Like this has a date. It's almost sold out. Almost sold out. It has a date. But the ones that are 8 divisions with 8 left, I mean, these, you're going to see a lot of these become half case breaks. So that'll be half the price for 2 boxes. Again, I can't stress how unbelievable this product is. Actually, I can show you exactly how unbelievable it is. I need to figure out how to... There we go. This is why I love Cardboard Connection. Random inserts, unless it's the star rookie and it's numbered, are worthless. You can't donate to me, unfortunately. I cannot accept any gifts because I could potentially have information about sets that would make an unfair advantage to somebody I deemed to, oh, hey, that person gets me stuff. I know this stuff hasn't hit the 101 yet. I'm going to give them this. It's just bad for business. So I can't. The donations, what we do, we donate base cards to children. It goes to a program called the Teacher's Desk. The Teacher's Desk is a free store that teachers can shop to get items for their classroom so that they don't have to pay out of pocket. So we donate all of our stuff to the children. There's very few things that we would ever be able to accept. Like, I know people have sent cards for us to put up on our wall. We have that. But nothing would ever go to us personally. Like, for instance, this right here, by the way, is what I'm talking about. The Old Glory signatures. It's the helmet decal of the American flag signed. Ah, good, man, Miku. Then there you go. We're one of the contributors to the Teacher's Desk. But look at this. The 100-year anniversary. This is just stupid. These cards this year are stupid. The helmet and the shield. Come on. It's ridiculous. Treasure chests is what they're called. This set is one of the nastiest things that they've come up with National Treasures ever. The stuff that's already on eBay is through the roof. Where is it? Right now, it's over $500. But we are changing that. We are going to break those into half case breaks. Where is there we go. So, as you can see, the cards are moving. And these are the base autographs. No matter who it is, it's selling. If I can find, there we go. There's a good example. I would have loved to have that card, but looks like somebody else got it for probably close to $1,000. Yeah, there's Gardner Minshew out of 15, $2,300. Out of 15. I mean, these cards are going. They are moving. Yeah, the problem is boxes of cards are so freaking expensive right now. And you're talking to somebody who literally does it for a living. It's so expensive because the hobby has turned high end for the most part. Here, to answer your other question, so you're getting a division in a 4-box break for $539, which is still cheaper than it costs to buy a box. It's just slightly more than half of what it costs to buy a box. Boxes of this stuff are about $1,000. Let's see if I can find. No. Yeah, I gotta find out what we're. First off the line is almost $2,000. This stuff's it's just so expensive. That's the problem. So we're gonna break it into half case breaks. It's right here. This is. I mean, there you go. Ah, there it is. It's 11 14.95 for one box. It's no joke, man. Um, so we'll break those down into smaller breaks, make them a little more manageable. If I had disposable income, National Treasures is one of my football favorites. Um, in the past years, well, before I was a father, I would buy NT. A lot of my older collection from when NT was first brought out was what I had. So I would do National and Timeless. Ah, sorry, man. This you said you were a millennial who likes instant gratification. Well, you're about to wait till you get to a quarantine state, man, and you find out you're not going anywhere for 2 weeks. Patience is a virtue. I'm 40. It's not until just recently that I slowed down. Sorry, man. I know you don't like to hear it. Trying to see if every card is a hit. 8 per. See what the breakdowns are on this stuff. 3 autographs and 3 memorabilia. 1 base and 1 parallel. So honestly, like the base are probably more rare than anything else because there's only 1. But yeah, this stuff's going to be nasty. I cannot wait. When am I opening it? Let's get to the real questions. When's my first one? Be under Break Live. Yeah, my first one is on Wednesday. Whether it's a half case or a full case, it's going to be nuts. It's going to be nuts. I guarantee. Yeah. Hey, listen, man. If you want to wire me $4,400, I will open this case for you. I will tell them, listen, I was just wired $4,400. I'm going to open this case that we have sitting here. I will get another one later. I don't think they'd have a problem with that. I don't think they would. Yep. Oh. And the crazy things, where do you want it? Go to the site, purchase a case, market group break. I'll tell them, listen, Sean, somebody's dropping almost 5 large. We're going to break this. What is it? It's better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission. Sorry, buddy, but I had to break $4,000 case. I don't think he'd be mad. I don't think he'd be mad at all. I think he'd be like, can you do that again? Wasn't that a poll question? Oh, on what kind of brakes you wanted to see? Oh yeah. Oh no, I get it. Yeah. Um. Yeah, that was a poll question. You are correct. I don't know if a case brake will. I think when he changes it to a half case division brake, it will. It's a little easier to swallow like 270 than it is to swallow 530. Yeah, yeah, you are correct, Dan. I did do that. I have boxes sitting underneath this table. It's just like the card person in me is like, I can't believe you're not opening these. And then it's like, I would go to jail if I opened all of these. But it is funny to wake up and walk into my son's room and be like, look at all you boxes. Yeah, I can't. It's a conflict of interest. None of my family members can buy into any of my breaks. I can't buy into them. I have to shop at a competitor for my braking needs because I can't even buy into these. And I'm not going to tell you who I brake with. The people who brake for me, like the people that I go with when I brake, don't even know who I am. They have no idea that they're breaking a competitor's stuff. I think some of them, if they ever found out it was me, would probably be like, well, our competitor breaks here. So I'm not going to mention. I have to. Yeah, Jeremy. I still break. I when I say break, I mean buy into breaks. I still am a participant card collector. Absolutely. I have to. I can't break from my own company. I have to go to a competitor to buy into breaks. I don't have them break like cases or boxes. I buy teams. I mean, I break my own cases and boxes. Well, I shouldn't say cases. I haven't broke a case for myself in 2 years. But I break my own boxes. I buy into a little bit of everything. I do a lot of football. If somebody has 18 football hanging out, by the way, Ralph, good to see you, buddy. Um, um, I buy into, like, Vinny's got 18 football. I'll buy into some 18 football. Um, I will buy into oddball breaks. Like, if there's somebody doing, like, hit breaks of, like, weird stuff, like non-sport stuff, I might, if they're cheap, just for, like, a hey, whatever, buy into those just for something to watch. I do. I buy all of my boxes from DA Card World. I buy all my boxes, but I, like you, also like to watch people. Like, I want to buy a team. I don't necessarily want to buy a box all the time. I that the last, with the exception of the Women of Star Wars, all the boxes that I bought in the last 4 months were Dave and Adams. Um, I open my own boxes, but I will get into team breaks with a competitor of ours. But yeah, that, like, the stuff that I buy is a lot of non-sport stuff when it comes to my own boxes. Like, I bought the Civil War. Actually, man, I wish, it's a cool set, Ralph. All the big female names are in there. I was gonna say, Jeremy, now that I'm at my house, I can actually do that. Um, I actually wish the rest of the crew was here because Justin and Matt would love to see my Civil War box. But yeah, I'll share it. Yeah, actually, there's some really great actresses in there. In addition to Carrie Fisher, Gina Carano is in there, and she's fantastic. Um, I can't remember the girl. Felicity Huffman, who played Jyn Erso. She's fantastic. She's in there. There's quite a few actually that are pretty nice. They can stand another night. Oh goodness, it's actually right here. I haven't put it anywhere yet. So this was my pull because you asked. I did also score a letter. Check this out though. I got to make sure this isn't the. All right, I have to flip this over because the gentleman did swear in the letter and it's offensive and inappropriate. It is a sign of the time, but it doesn't need to be seen right now. So I'm just going to preface that. Look at this handwriting. You can read this entire letter. You can see and read the words. It's that good. How crazy. This letter is from October 15th, 1863. Yeah. So that was my letter. I was very excited. I've read the whole thing. I actually did take it out. You can see he drops the N bomb. Yeah, this one I read every single word of all 4 pages. No idea. I would never sell it. This is a great teaching tool. First of all, it's a Civil War relic. Second of all, I need to be delicate how I approach this. But there was a certain way that people spoke in that time that is not acceptable today in any circumstances. And it is addressed in this letter when he mentions a certain type of regimen. My wife has African ancestry. The box was 500. My wife's roots trace back to Central and Eastern Africa. So this is a fantastic tool that when my son is old enough to understand, will be something that, you know, is a great teaching moment. Anyway, this was the other one. This was Lieutenant General John Schofield, who was also the he had so many titles. He is a what is it called? I forgot his what is the he's a medal. That's God. I can't believe I forgot the words. He's a medal honor recipient. He was very high ranking. General in the U.S. I Googled him, read everything about him. It was a great education experience. This guy was actually a private who was injured in a battle, and this letter was written while he was in Camp Convalescence. So it's him writing to his family, talking about he's in good spirits about being injured. and can't wait to get back into fighting and wants to have his own regiment. But it was really cool. I did research there. And then for those who know this set, my coin was actually one of the better ones. It was the 2-cent piece from 1865. If I can get focus on that. So I thought that was pretty cool. There we go. My dirt was Antietam. And then I only got 2 stamps. And I think it's because I got the nicer coin that they gave me only 2 instead of 3 stamps. Since that was the 2-cent stamp instead of the 1-cent stamp. So yeah, I was pretty stoked. I'm not gonna lie. I really wanted a letter, and that's really what I was going after. Dr. Monopoly, we already finished our breaks for the night. We're just hanging out till midnight. If you go to our website, dacardworld.com, it has the rest of the breaks for the next week and a half. But we're just chilling. We got a lot of regulars, and we're just hanging out. Jeremy, I worked there for 8.5 years. I worked for Geico before. Jim Jellystiff? Who's... listen, Melissa, I don't think they can see my Jim Jellystiff. Vince to the rescue. Yeah, hey, listen, everybody. English is her second language. Give her time. She'll be okay. Yeah, so Dr. Monopoly, we've been off air for over a week, and this is the first day that I've been back. So we're all just kind of hanging out for the last hour. So yeah. All right. Yeah, but I worked at Geico for 8.5 years. 8 years? 8.5 years? I don't know. I worked there for a long time, almost a decade. I did recruiting. So I have every t-shirt that they ever made for a promo, every hat. I had jackets. I wore it around the house. I mean, I had to wear it out when I was working. But yeah, this now is just a home t-shirt. I don't wear it. Yeah, we both worked together. It was great. It's kind of like right now where we work and live together and never not see each other's beautiful smiling faces. It's wonderful. Not kidding. I'm going to get beat up for that in about an hour and 17 minutes. But no, actually, the best part is, Vince, the story was I met her in a bar in New York. I was running the nightclub. She was, actually, at the time, I was just security. I wasn't even running the nightclub yet. I was security. She was the singer at the nightclub. And then that was it. Let's see your cards. Dude, God, I have so many, like, boxes upon boxes upon boxes upon boxes upon boxes upon boxes and shoe boxes and everything. I don't have any cards. I'm a fraud. I just pretend to collect. I have so many cards, it's stupid. My coins, I don't think anybody would care about those. Oh, here's actually, you want to see some of my prized possessions? This is the type of collector I am. That is an 1887 Allen and Ginter N28 Jem Smith. How about an 1887 N28 Joe Acton? So yeah, I'm kind of a collector, man. I got some hardcore stuff here, brother. I got some hardcore stuff here. This one needs to be sent out. I just acquired this for so little. This one needs to. This is the N28 Joseph Dion. This one is gonna grade out a 1. It is. It was glued at one point into a book, and it has the tobacco on it, the tobacco stain. It's not gonna grade well, but I'm working on my N28 collection. So these are all 140 years old. Or 130. Yeah, 130 years old. So I don't play. I don't play around, man. That's the type of stuff I'm into. Chuck Liddell. Absolute monster. That's museum collection. So I collect a little everything. How much did I get the tobacco card for? That one I got for, you'll never believe it, $21 including shipping. I won it in auction. Not from eBay. There are other sites that are less populated than eBay, that if you know when to look and how to find them, you can get them. Nah, man, I can't do. I'm not gonna give away my whole collection on air, man. No way, brother. I just give you a little taste of what I have. Hey, Joseph, what's up, brother? Yeah, Dr. Monopoly, exactly. There were 2 bids. There was the opening bid and my bid. I actually had, thank you, buddy. I had my high bid set at 70 because that's typically, you can get them ungraded between 50 and 500 depending on who it is. Of that set, of the N28, the N28 has an actual Wild Bill Cody and an Annie Oakley card. And they were actually alive. That was their legitimate trading card. An actual, think about that, Wild Bill Cody and Annie Oakley trading card. Those are extremely expensive. I will probably never own those in my life, but I will probably get the rest of the collection. Because most of those you can find for a couple $100 and less. The 2 graded ones, I think I got for 40 and 55 respectively. The one that was 55 is the one from the Hull collection. Mr. Hull, it actually said on their Hull collection, Mr. Hull collected Tobacciana and boxing cards, specifically boxing and wrestling. He had the largest boxing and wrestling card collection in the world when he passed. And that went to Christie's auction, and that stuff was sold individually. Went to Heritage auction and Christie's auction. And I recovered it from one of those, which I'm not going to mention. Oh, I know, man. That's why I showed you some of it. There are thousands of cards. There are dozens and dozens of graded cards. There's probably over 1,000 in sleeves and protectors. And then there's probably 6,000 or 7,000 that are in penny sleeves. The reason I got that other card so cheap is because the damage on the back is heavy. It's not going to grade well. It's going to grade a 1. I don't care about condition right now. I want to collect the set. And then once I get the set, I will upgrade the cards as I can. So that is a project of mine that I'm working on. Not actively considering what the world is going through, but it was something I was working on up until last year. I have a few of them. That's where I'll leave that statement. Um, yeah, I'm a collector. I collect everything. I collect original artwork too. So I got things. I recently got into comic books thanks to somewhat Dave and Adams. I did start collecting a little bit before then, but now I can really get into them because now I know what I'm doing. Got a very nice 9.6 graded Killing Joke first run for I got it for 71, but after shipping and insurance I paid $93 for it. And that's a $150 book. It's all about where you find the stuff. You got to know the secrets. I'm not going to share any of them with you. No offense. But if I tell all of you on video where I get my deals, then you guys can find them and I won't get them anymore. So, as much as I love all of you, and you know I really do, I still have to have some of my stuff that's mine. You guys get everything else. You guys get the awesome stuff that Dave and Adams has. I don't get that opportunity. So I got to at least have mine somewhere. No, I don't. I don't have that much. A lot of the stuff I buy is niche. It doesn't have a ton of resale value. I mean, those cards will be a couple $100. Those Tobacciano cards, those three cards would probably sell if I put them as a lot. It would probably go for $250. If I did them individually, I'd probably get $300 for them total. So they're not as much as you'd think. No, I really don't. A lot of my big ticket cards, when I left Geico, I checked out. I was like, I need a break. This is nuts. So I knew that I could take part of my set and sell it off to pay all the bills. I was making about $1,200 a month just selling off my stuff. So for about 4 months, I did that. So a good piece of my higher end collection is gone. I think Mixer Monday is on Tuesday. Hold on, let me look. Yeah, Mixer Monday Baseball is on Tuesday. Mixer Monday Basketball is on Wednesday of next week. The football Mixer Monday is on Thursday of next week. And I want to say hockey is either Monday or Friday. Hockey is Monday. Well, thank you, Ike, and I appreciate that. Yes, hockey is definitely up. No, these are all next week. The reason we had to do that is because the sheer size of them, it's going to take me a long time to sort. And again, I don't have the facilities and I don't have any help. So we're doing the best we can. Kurt, yeah, everybody's good, man. My wife Mel is on. She can tell you as well. I'm giving you space hugs. You are all getting big air hugs right now. Appreciate all of you. And high fives for those who don't like hugs. And a fist bump for everyone else. Yeah, but a lot of them aren't valuable. A lot of the cards are like my most prized possession is worthless. It's the first card I ever collected. I don't even know where it is. It's buried somewhere. Maybe it's here. I don't know. Oh, God. Oh, crickets. Is it? No. Fred Bolitnikoff. Desmond Howard. Where is it? No, those are all Hall of Fame autographs. No, those are printing plates. Oh, how excited am I that he's the starting quarterback for right now. And that's 12 out of 25. Just saying. Pretty stoked about that. I'm going to be selling that fairly soon. Here it is. This is it. That's my most prized possession. This is my prized possession right here. This is the reason this is my prized possession is it is the card that started everything. It's from 92, but I started collecting a little bit in the late 80s. I got this card. It is the 24 karat gold. And the card shop guy tried to swindle 12-year-old me out of this card by offering me $10 for it. At the time, it was worth about $200. At the time. The guy next to him offered me $20. And when the guy asked me how old I was, I said I was 12. And he said, you know what? You're going to have to get your dad. Yeah, there you see, Jeremy. Now it's worth like $10. And this is trash. This is in garbage condition. This is literally what I consider the first card I truly collected. Because when the guy said the Beckett says it's $200, my dad said, you just tried to take advantage of a 12-year-old. That was the moment I realized that these things had some value. And that's when I got interested in all the different things, because I didn't understand what mine was slightly different than everyone else's, why mine was suddenly worth more. That was the card that started it all. If there was a fire and I could only save part of my collection, this one card is the one I'm grabbing. Not the Stidham, not the Bolitnikoffs, not the Desmond Howards, not any of the, dual rookie patch autos, Christmas hack. No, this is it. Not my, graded Manning rookie. Nope. That's it. That's the one. If I could only grab one card, that's the one card I'm grabbing. Period. Without a doubt. That is the crown jewel of my personal collection. That is awesome. What's up, Buck? I'm a Bills fan, Buck, but here's what I'll tell you. I have nothing but respect for the Cowboys that beat the heck out of my Bills. Because honest to God, nobody was going to beat that team. My first football jersey I ever bought is a Troy Aikman UCLA jersey. And that's coming from a Bills fan. I still have the UCLA jersey. Vince, you do. That is correct. You do. Yeah, and that's the problem. I have all of his rookies too, but those were all mass produced. It just sucks. That's why his cards now, his recent ones with autographs sell for way more than his rookies do. You can get a Gem Mint 10 rookie his for $100. I think. Excuse me. It was hard to watch. Buckmaster, believe me, I was watching it. I was 14. I was in tears. It was awful. They killed us. Oh, you know what, Buck? I appreciate you for bringing that up, man. Yeah, that was a magical game. It was Houston. That was something special. And that's just the thing. We would have games like that, and then we shouldn't have lost to the Giants. We shouldn't have. We weren't going to beat the Cowboys, but there was no reason we shouldn't have beaten the Redskins. All the Redskins did was throw bombs because they knew our coverage couldn't protect the long ball. There's no reason behind that, man. No, it's good. You know what? I love those Super Bowls because we were still there. Still, I'm just saying. And everybody says it's our cop-out. But think about this. In that era, it was unheard of to go back to back to the Super Bowl, let alone back to back to back to back. Yes, we came in second place, all 4 of those. I get it. However, that type of dynasty didn't exist back then. The Cowboys won back to back, but then what happened? So, I think the Bills are going back soon. I don't know if I can say it's this year because there's a lot of quarterbacks that change teams. There's a lot of new schemes that are going to be out. But within the next 5 years, the Bills will be going to the Super Bowl. They will be. It's just we're already going to be getting a guaranteed spot. We're winning the AFC East. We are. I used to live in Houston, correct. I was born in Buffalo. Born and raised. But the AFC East, we're guaranteed a ticket to the playoffs every year for the next 5 years. Unless something crazy happens in Miami. So, it's fine. I still love the team. My son's name is Jim Kelly. My son's middle name is Kelly. That should tell you everything you need to know. They are literally 177 million below, but they have 2 years worth of rookies that need to be re-signed in the next. I'm sorry, they have 2 marquee rookies that have to be signed within the next year. My son has discovered how to spell his last name, which I'm not sharing with you guys. No offense. I mean, gotta keep some. Yeah, I don't want to dox myself, but he gets a kick out of his last name, so now he says it and spells it, and it's hilarious. But yep. Oh my God, Mahomes is gonna be the number 1 quarterback pay ever. Unless the Chiefs decide to adopt the Patriot way and try to get deals for everyone to keep the team together. Other than that, he's going to be the highest paid quarterback in history, hands down, bar none, and he deserves every penny of it. Tell me he doesn't. Tell me he doesn't. I call you a liar, but we're still friends. So they're 177 over the cap limit, is what you mean. I gotcha. Yeah, that sucks. So it looks like they're going to be the Yankees. They're going to be the first team to decide to just take the fine every year. I hope that doesn't happen to football. That'll be embarrassing. The fact that that happens in baseball sucks. And I know my Astros are guilty of it, and it still sucks. My Astros are guilty of a lot of things. I don't. They should just have it where if you're over the cap, you're not playing, period. Forfeit your games. That's what should happen. There shouldn't be the allowance to be over the cap and just pay a fine. It doesn't matter. Fines, that money that they fine them doesn't matter. The Yankees, George Steinbrenner said, you're going to fine us, what, $10,000 per game? I make that in hat sales. Go ahead, fine me. I'm going to run a team that's over the limit. Yeah, basketball too. Yep. It needs to be shut down. And this is my opinion. And my opinions are not necessarily those that are shared with David Adams Card World. But it needs to stop. Because if you're going to make every sport whoever can spend the most wins, you're setting a bad precedent for everything. Now, I know a lot of life is whoever has the most money wins. Yeah, we're kind of seeing that right now with, hospitals don't have N95 masks, but I go to the store to buy bread and milk, and there's 30 women with 8 N95 masks in there when our hospital just asked for donations of those masks. Obviously, people with money win, but sports needs to be the world's reprieve from that. Sports is the one of the only pure things that we have left, and when teams like the Astros spoil that, it hurts more than watching the news and seeing the real life stuff that's happening, which is hurtful in and of itself. Sports is supposed to be all of our reprieve from reality. It's supposed to be our entertainment. When you start mixing our entertainment with what's really going on in life, it's no longer entertainment. And again, this is just my opinion. Don't ruin where we go to escape reality. It's not fair to the consumer, and eventually we're just going to be sick of it. Or at least we'd like to think we would be. Anyway, that's my vent. Kind of sorry I dumped that on you guys. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, thank you. I try to give my 2 cents. And I try to not make it political if I can, because again, you guys don't come here to listen about what's going on in the world per se. Me boring you with an opinion about politics is just not where you want to be. And that's not what David Adams pays me for, so I try to keep it as neutral as possible. I am going to be one busy beaver sorting that jumbo break. It's going to be very exciting. I do. I have the easy one was the archives. That's already broken into divisions. When I get off the air, I'll just pop those in bags and staple them and write the orders on them. The other one is I'm gonna have to go to a kitchen table and lay out the. We have card sorters. They're actually literally it's what they're made for. I don't know what they're called, but they're plastic card sorters that you have all the teams listed on them and you just shoot them in. But before we do that, we put them in their protective sleeves. That way, when we're sorting them, there's no damage to the cards. So I'm probably going to be sleeving everything first, which actually I'm going to start doing right now. So as we're chatting, I'm I'm sleeving. Tomorrow, I think there's only 2. We're starting off slow on purpose. We have to see what is reasonable for me to get done. And it's a space thing, too. I don't have the space that I had in the warehouse. I don't have physical room to put everything. My place is cramped as is. So this was just one more thing that we had to kind of try to fit in. But if it's either that or not work, guess what? We're going to fit it in. Although I will admit, it is kind of nice breaking from home. I don't have to worry about any, machines going on and off and weird noises coming from the warehouse. There's no ghosts here, which is nice. Yep. Precisely. Where is... It gave me... I have an entire box just of packaging stuff. Oh, goodness. It's a lot. But... the more I do it, the easier it'll be. And just when I get used to doing it, they'll switch it out to have me come back. Yeah. It is nice. The screen was more just for the instant gratification. People don't want to wait a day, typically. Now everyone will be kind of forced to do it. But if you think about it, Jeremy... that option has always been available. You can always go on the site and buy something to be broke live. There you go. See, Ryan knows. You always can order items and have me break them. The screen is basically just for stuff that is to be broke immediately. A lot of the regulars who buy the larger breaks put their orders in before 4 o'clock and just have them ready when I get in. Honestly, to be 100% truthful, that is so much easier for us when people pre-order it and have it in. You can order it at 3 p.m. and have it broke by 7. That's easy. It's the live stuff that takes the most time because you're ordering live, you're getting it live, you're processing it live. Truthfully. Yeah, and Jeremy, exactly. It's so much easier because you also know you're going up front. I'm going to be breaking your stuff first because it's already ready. If you guys conditioned yourselves to, know what you wanted before, yeah, we'd get it done. And exactly right. You know it's in stock. If it's before 4 o'clock, 95% of the orders are going to get processed and done. There's still that 5% room for error, but we do it. That's right. There is no limit to the screen. Yep. Yep. It's the way to go. I think you guys would be a lot happier too. Because we'd be flowing. Don't get it wrong. I like having stuff available. Just be like, this is what I got. This is cool. Because I don't get to get my hands on a lot of the stuff until it comes through the list. But there's also times where people are like, you know, I'm bored. I want to buy something. Cool. Let's open something and have some fun. But yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll get there. Great question, actually. My hours are 6 p.m. to midnight. I'm actually on less time now because I have to take 2 hours off camera to sort, package, and send your items. So midnight is the 44 minutes from right now. I am done. Midnight Eastern Standard Time, I should specify. Yeah, that's Jeremy. That's one of the things that we discussed. That's one of the options that's on the table, is doing the pre-order type personals. But we'll see, because there's a couple of different options. We'll see. Whatever, it also has to work logistically, because now you have to realize I have to do a drive-by once or twice a week to pick up new stuff. We are in New York, so that is why I am at home. I don't think that would go over very well, Jeremy. It's a funny idea, though. I don't think that's what he wants to do. I mean, some stuff, to be clear, some stuff is being sent directly to me. So the only time I'm doing anything is really just dropping off, more or less, so that it gets on a truck. Otherwise, my mailman would probably have a conniption fit. If I suddenly like, hey man, I have 128 packages for you today. He'd be like, yeah, I quit. From that break earlier today, I just noticed that Andy Vaughn is actually numbered out of 250. Did not notice that before. Give me Vaughn. Rick Vaughn? Yep. I'm a huge Roger Dorn fan. That's who I like. I like Roger Dorn. He has numerous foul tips. Yep, this is the non-glamorous part of breaking the sorting. But this is one of those things that, like, so my son is probably already asleep. I hope he's asleep. I will probably throw headphones on and jam out to some tunes while I sort these out until 2 in the morning. So our stay-at-home orders, I believe were extended to, well, social distancing is technically April 30th. New York State, they're actually, so the president is trying to has been tossing around the idea of quarantining our state. The governor has basically said, if you do that, we're going to declare war on you, which I don't know what that means. I have to get political for this statement because I'm just telling you the truth. The president has been tossing around the idea of shutting down the state. The governor said, you will start a war if you do that. I don't know what he means by that statement, but I don't think he means literal war. I think he means that he will buck everything that Trump tries to do moving forward. There's a lot of confusion. And it, even for somebody who's me who kind of follows this stuff, I don't know. All I know is social distancing until April 30th, and shelter in place hasn't been lifted. So that's all I got, man. Sorry. There you go, man. I dig it. But it's I don't know. We're hunkered down. We're like, as I had mentioned earlier, my wife and I are both extremely blessed. We both get to work from home. We're not losing paychecks. And I know there's a lot of people, including people I'm talking to right now, that don't have that luxury. So I can't complain either way. However long it takes, I'll be fine. There you go, guys. Dr. Monopoly's got something for you. There is something, and here's what I will tell you about one of the things that I used to do when I would get anxiety and stress in my earlier years was I would turn to my card collection and I would reorganize them either by teams or by player or by position or alphabetically or color, whatever. And by color, I mean like jersey color and card color. And that would be something I could concentrate on. Collecting is, for somebody who is a collector, it's very important in your life. It can center you in time of stress. Me being able to sort these cards and put them in plastics and protectors is going to be relaxing. And I recommend, what is my most valuable card or collectible? Ooh. I don't know. I don't, and this is going to sound weird. It is therapeutic. That's right, Jeremy. Dr. Monopoly, to be honest with you, and this is going to sound crazy, and I don't think a lot of people are going to be able to wrap their head around what I'm about to say. Most of my things I don't put value on. I mean, call me existential, but I don't. I would have to actively look at what I have and what the price would be for that item, because I don't look at my collection and see a car, a house, uh, a phone bill, school. I just see my collection. Um, I don't know what would be the most valuable thing because I don't look at it that way. Hey, Kurt, it's good to see you, man. My favorite item is the my crown jewel. That's the Emmett Smith 24 karat gold. It was the first card I ever actually collected. Um, that's my that's my most prized possession. It's probably worth 10, 20 bucks. It's ratty, it's in an old screw plastic, but that is my crown jewel. I would burn the rest of my collection if they said, you burn your collection or you burn that card. I would burn that card. Or I'm sorry, I'd burn that collection. I'd keep that card because that was what started everything. I mean, I have original artwork from movie stars who became painters. I have autographs of people that have been dead for 20 years. Um, I have first print comic books that are marquee issues. I just, they're my collection. I don't know. I don't have an answer, man. I don't know what my number one thing would be. I just know that Emmett Smith is the most valuable card I own because it's the one that started me collecting. Actually, I don't. I love Johnny. I do. And I'm so glad that he was somewhat vindicated recently. I don't have any of his autographs or his paintings that he's done. Um, I do have a Val Kilmer, a painting that Val Kilmer did and signed, and I actually have talked to him on a few occasions. Val Kilmer is a guy I just seem to run into all the time. I know that's the most ridiculous thing to say in the world, but I've met the guy. I have talked to him 3 times, and I've met him twice. It's just odd. I run into Val Kilmer, and I own some of his artwork. Um, I mean, most people would say that's pretty damn cool, but I don't know. It's just it's an art. It's art. It's just something I have in my house. Um, of my autographs, I mean, my Leslie Nielsen is probably one of my favorites. No, no, he lives in L.A. I live in Buffalo, New York. We just frequent the same establishments in countrywide. So I've met him at a con. He was. I went to a con to meet. Oh, my brain is not working. Hold on. I don't collect basketball, Doctor Monopoly. I don't collect basketball. I'm not a fan of basketball. Um. Oh God. So I went to Tampa Comic Con to meet Carrie Ellius. Um. And when I was waiting to meet Carrie, uh, Val actually had his little setup right next door, and Val is recovering from his throat cancer. The procedure did not go well. His healing did not go as well. He's alive, but it probably did not go as well as you would imagine somebody of his prestige to have it go. So he is not in the public eye a lot anymore. Um, he happened to just walk by, and struck up a conversation with me randomly, um, about his art. And then when I was in meeting Carrie, he actually popped into the tent and was hanging out with me and Carrie, and I was just like, wow, this is crazy. He's done movies. He just did Top Gun. He was just in Jay and Silent Bob reboot. He's doing movies, but he's mostly touring. Well, he was before the outbreak. He's been touring with his kind of as a mobile act called Cinema Twain, where he does a play based on the life of Mark Twain. What he does is he shows the movie and then does Q&As. Um, but it was rough. Bless him. He's getting through it. He used to be very active on Reddit. Me and him used to have conversations on Reddit. And he has a lot to say still. It's just he doesn't have the voice to say it as much. I mean, people don't realize whether they like it or not. He was one of the most gifted actors of our generation. Not many people realize he was the youngest person to ever graduate Juilliard Academy. He was a very accomplished and respected actor before he went on hiatus. He decided at one point after The Doors that he wanted to get fat, grow a Jim Morrison beard, and raise cattle. And he left acting for a long time to raise cattle in Nevada or Arizona, one of those. The dude just did his own thing. And then he got sick. I mean, he was brilliant in everything he's ever done. So I respect him as an actor, and that's one of the reasons. I'm a David Bowie fan. I'm 40, so David Bowie was winding up while I was growing up. And the piece I bought is I don't know if he smoked. I don't think so. I know he smoked for some movie roles. He had some smoking things, but I don't think he was a smoker. But I never asked him. But what I bought was a acrylic stencil painting that he does. That if you go to his website, he has them. He doesn't have the ones he does them differently now. I have an old metal one that he did, but it's a white on white stencil of exactly. It's a white on white stencil of his character Kazansky from. I'd have to dig that out. I would have to dig that out. Yeah, that's buried under a lot of stuff. I don't even have that hanging right now. I'm just so nervous about hanging that one. Yeah. Listen, there's 34 other people in this chat. I don't think they want to see it. But it's cool because he was a huge David Bowie fan. David Bowie was a big influence on him. Not many people know that he also, for The Doors, he sang all of his own stuff for The Doors. His voice, he could match Jim Morrison exactly. And that's part of the reason he got the thing. I don't think there's going to be any more Bowman, John. Let me look for you real quick. It looks like this week is Inception. And I don't see any more Bowman listed. I do have Bowman's Best. 2019 Bowman's Best. That's in a division break. That one's to be announced. Once that sells a few of the spots, they'll assign that to a day. But that's the best knowledge I have right now. This is just our first day back, John. So we're still trying to figure out how to, since I don't have a warehouse anymore, how to kind of get this thing moving. So we're going to be a little slow. What other actors do I have? Trying to think. I have lots of autographs. His was the what? There's who else did I have? I gotta think about it. I have so much stuff in my collection. Almost none of it is on walls. Who else do I have? My wife has a fantastic Jeff Goldblum autograph that she got because she's madly in love with Jeff Goldblum. I gotta look up. I gotta look at my living room. Most of our stuff's hanging up. I don't even think about this stuff. Okay, so looking out the door. This is weird. I have to look at my living room. I don't even. You hang stuff up. You don't even realize what you have hanging. My wife has some stuff from. Yeah. Wait. Um. Yeah, but the problem is I don't have that. I only have a few cases with me. Um. Yeah, I don't even. I'm looking through the boxes real quick. I don't think I even have that. They've owned the first thing that they sent me was all of the protecting gear, like the packaging stuff. The cases at NT because it was literally just coming off of the truck. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I might be able to get it tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, if you buy all of those, I could probably have it within the next 2 or 3 days, probably day or two. Um, Let me see. Goodness gracious. So here, my wife just sent me a photo from the other room. This is some of the things that we have. I love Dolph Lundgren. I dare anybody to tell me that he's not a wonderful human being. There's her Jeff. That's the voice of Ariel. That's Bert Kreischer, who we had one heck of a night partying with. And Carrie, who I ended up hanging out with him and our boy for a while. These are originals. So that is a original painting of Jeff Goldblum. That copy is actually, you can find the prints of that. I actually bought the original from the artist in Florida. I saw it. I was like, I'm not going to leave until I purchase this. So I now own that original. That's the real one. That's not the print. Um, this is by a Puerto Rican artist, a famous Puerto Rican artist. This is a original of Ariel. This was from a book, a Disney yearbook, activity book. This is the hidden numbers. You got to find the numbers 1 through 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. That's an original that went into making a book. So stuff like that. I'm uh I'm pretty eclectic. Yeah, I'll tell Sean. I'll tell him. I'll try to get it tomorrow. I can't promise anything, but I'll try to get it tomorrow. Okay, I see it. All right, I will. Let me... Let me write that down. I just realized I have a whole... Look at this. So it's my wife's desk. Well, we were sharing this desk. And I have all of these, and I realized I don't have any paper. So, hold on a second. I need to get myself some paper. Again, the first day back is... it's the tricky one. Finding our way one step at a time. Yeah, I'm going to try to get it tomorrow. Because I have to drop off... I think Tuesdays and Thursdays are the days that I'm going to try to drop off all of our stuff. Shipping might be delayed an extra day, pending on me being able to drop this off. Because, again, I can't drop 30 packages on a mailman. So, the... 2019 HP Hockey LD Series 3 BK1 sold. Done. I will text him this tomorrow. I'm not gonna text him now because it's almost midnight. But I'll text him. I'm gonna be up at 7:30. I'll probably text it to him at 9 o'clock. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. No. If he was single, I would do it, but no. I'll try to get it tomorrow for you, Jeremy. I will do my everything. Yep. Man, I'm racking my brain. I have original artwork from somebody else, and I can't remember who it is now. No, Jeremy, I will probably, so my son takes naps. Oh, man, that's one thing. The week that I've had off, bruh, I napped every day for a couple hours. I realized as an adult, I love naps. And because I didn't have anything to do, naps were great. When my son takes a nap, I'll probably take an hour to 2 hour nap as well. It's not a big deal. I don't sleep a lot anyway. Left to my own devices, I would probably sleep 11 hours, but then I just feel terrible after that much sleep. I prefer 7 or 8. That's it. Anything more than that, and I get overtired. Should have seen me when I ran the nightclub. I had 5 hours of sleep every night. It was nuts. It wasn't healthy. Siesta. When I ran the nightclub in Buffalo, um, I would get there at 8 o'clock, between 7 and 8. No, that's a lie. I would get there between 6 and 7. I would get there between 6 and 7 p.m. I would probably leave the club at between 6 or 7 a.m. because the bars in Buffalo are open till 4 a.m. So it would take us about an hour to clean up. And then my nightclub was the after hours. Excuse me. Don't worry, I sneezed way away from all of the cards. We would be the after party bar. Thank you. So all of the managers and bouncers and bartenders from the other clubs downtown would come to our club until about 7 in the morning. And then we would all leave at about 7 a.m. I would probably go to sleep about 8 because we would get breakfast. And then I would sleep until about 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And then would wake up, do laundry, whatever, until I went back at 6. Between 6 and 7. And that was 5 days a week. I would have Mondays and Tuesdays off. Depending on the year, Wednesdays, because there is a slow season. But it was between 4 and 5 days a week. And I made so much money, it was stupid. My apartment, at the time I was single, obviously. My apartment was a little studio above a pizza place. I had blackout curtains on every room. So at noon, it would be pitch black inside my apartment. And I used white noise machines. Once you condition yourself to sleeping with a white noise machine, if you turn on a white noise machine, you could sleep for hours. It's nuts. They're awesome. Well, yeah, dude, I was making so I was getting paid $250 a week. On top of that, I also bartended while running the club for most of the nights. So I would take home another $150 to $200 a day. There were days when I was just a bartender, I would take home $300-400 a day. So yeah, it was. I had stupid money. I was buying like I made absolute bank, and I spent it just as fast. My loft apartment was on Allen, which is a party street. It's where a lot of the bars and restaurants are. So it was expensive to live where I lived. I didn't own a car. I didn't need one. I walked to the nightclub, or I had a friend pick me up, or I took a cab because it was 5 minutes away. Once you have a white noise machine, so the downtown was loud, but the blackout curtains would muffle 10% sound. They were also heavy curtains. And then once you condition yourself to sleep with a white noise machine, that white noise machine, I keep mine about 5 to 6 feet away from the bed. You're not supposed to put it close to the bed. It's actually bad for your hearing if it's right next to you. You want to keep it a little ways away. It'll basically block out and filter out all of the noise coming in that circumference. And all you'll hear is that noise. It takes you like 2 days to get used to it. It takes you about 2 days to get used to it, and then suddenly you can fall asleep with it. I use it right now. I have one in both rooms, one for my son and one for us. This is literally what it sounds like. I don't know if you can hear that, but that's it. That's all it is. And it blocks out, it basically, what it does is it fills the area around it with noise that blocks out incoming noise, so you get one static noise, one sound. No peaks, yeah, like a baby, exactly. They're used for babies. White noise machines are used in hospitals for children to sleep so that they don't hear the beeps and the buzzes and the bells of the things that are going off. I used them and then I stopped using them for a while. And then when my son was born, I started using them again. And now I use one every night. Well, almost every night. Probably 6 days a week. Yeah, Vince, that's actually what a white noise machine is. A white noise machine is just a fan inside of a dome that has holes that you can turn it to give you different air volumes. That's all it is. It's basically a fan. But a lot of people will use a fan for white noise. Or they will, and here's the cool thing, the psychology behind it. A lot of people only fall asleep when they have a fan on. Not because of the cooling, but because what they're not realizing is it's a steady droning sound. Those are the same people that can fall asleep really easily on airplanes. I can't fall asleep on an airplane. I actually can't stand sleeping on an airplane. It's literally, if I took apart if I took apart the noise machine, it's just a fan. That's all it is. Here's the crazy thing. If I have an iron stomach. I was in the Navy. I was on ship that would get tossed around. If I'm on a plane, I'm fine. If I fall asleep on a plane, I wake up with, like, nausea. I get a severe upset stomach if I fall asleep on a plane. Don't know what it is. Can't sleep in a plane, can't sleep in a car. I just wake up sick. Yeah, it is. It's the weirdest thing, Scuba. And I have literally driven across this country 4 or 5 times. I have flown so many times I can't even count. Yeah, doctor's offices, they put them outside the door because the conversation behind the door cannot be heard because the white noise blocks out the remaining resonance outside that door. So yeah, doctors use it for privacy, but it also works for, that's what it does. It blocks out sound. So anyway, yeah, I know, it's weird. A lot of people are like, oh, dude, just sleep on the plane. It's like, I'm the only human being that can't. I have a very strong constitution, yet for some reason, sleeping is my is my kryptonite. I usually I'll wake up sick when I'll go to bed perfectly fine. It's like, what? How am I sick right now? I just went to bed perfectly fine. Yeah, that's right. I'm not the only one. I'm one of few. Anyway. Yeah. It's strange. But I usually take flights midday anyway. I try to take flights when people are at work usually. And I love flying. I actually have fun doing it. Yep, I have 4 minutes. So I'll probably just cut it right now and finish sorting these Bowman. I've got half of them sleeved, so it'll go pretty quick. Yeah, and that's the kicker. When the nights that so I was on an aircraft carrier, so my ship didn't move very much. However, I was on the aircraft carrier during a hurricane, a major hurricane. What's up, David? So I've been tossed around on the ship, and I've been in 20-foot swells in the carrier where it has tossed us around. But when that thing is just cruising, I was a fireman. So I was below the waterline, which means, and I was aft, I was in the back. So all I heard was, it's hard to explain. When you're underwater, that's my alarm to let me know I have to close up in 2 minutes. When you're underwater and you're moving underwater, if you go below the water line, the water actually makes a sound as it rushes over the boat. Because our boat was metal, it was a humming sound. So all it would be like, you would be gently rocked back and forth, and there would be this humming sound, and the screw was right behind us, the turbine. So you'd get the occasional slushing sound depending on what we were going through. I never got seasick in my life. I have never got seasick. I was on a small boat deep sea fishing in a storm, and I rode that thing like a roller coaster. I love roller coasters. I've never gotten seasick, but if I fall asleep on a plane or in a car, I wake up sick. It's just crazy. I loved it, man. I loved the sea. If I could still maintain the family I have now, but go back and be in the Navy for 20 years, I would have stayed for 20 years, as long as I still get my wife and my son. Oh yeah, man, dude, it's so cool underwater. I mean, even though we had the bulkhead between us, it was this humming, this even humming sound as the water rushed by the hull, and the occasional churning sound of the screw. Dude, you would sleep so hard. It was ridiculous. It was nuts. Like, they would have to wake you up. When you're in the Navy, part of your watch duty is to wake up the person that relieves you. Because you'll just sleep through every alarm. I mean, in the morning when everybody wakes up, it's because there's a loud announcement that they wake us all up for. All right, folks, it's that time. I'm going to get out of here. And I'm okay about that because we get to do this again tomorrow. And I think we're going to have a lot of fun. We got a couple of things we're going to break tomorrow. I'm going to try to get my hands on that one for Jeremy. That box of the limited. And we'll see where we can go. I'll hopefully be able to talk to Sean on the phone. And maybe we'll work out some of the things that we already talked about. Have a great rest of your night, Jeremy, Scuba, David, everyone else that is still hanging out and creeping. And I don't have to drive home. That's right. Greek, it's good to see you again too, brother. Everybody be safe, have fun, and I will see you I'll see you tomorrow, man. Take care. Deuces.